Hey YouTube Munchers, welcome out to a set review for the Magic the Gathering Tarkir Dragonstorm set, which comes out this weekend. For the most part, this is going to be me looking at it, a lot of these cards for the first time. So I don't know most of these, but I'm going to do my best. But yeah, I'll try to go through them. So we're going to start with the gold cards, since that's going to give us a better idea of what the different decks are trying to do. And that would be better for us to figure out like how we want to better grade the different cards. Like, does it actually help and forward what the deck wants to do? But I got my tea. We got chat. I suck at Magic, so I can't wait to be wrong about most of these. Yep, we'll do our grading scale of A to F. A being your bombs, like your game-winning cards, where when you see that, you want to snap that up as much as possible. Cards like Seb Sunin, the World Breaker vehicle from Ether Drift. B's are your really, really good cards that actively pull you into that color. Like, cards that are really good, may not be like a bomb, but are so good that you're like, ooh, this makes me want to consider playing that color. For example, Stock Up from Ether Drift. What's another one? Dead. I don't know. There's another one. Cards like Stock Up. C's are your just generally good cards that you're just happy to put into the deck and just kind of help fill things out. A lot of removal is like in the high C range. Cards like Flood the Engines. The Scurryfoot is definitely a high C. Maybe B- actually for Scurryfoot. Spin Out. Cards like that. Just solid creatures. And all that. And then D's are clunky creatures or inefficient ones or 23rd card playable. Those are cards that they're not like the worst things in the world, but you would rather have better cards over them. That would be cards like the Alacrian Jaguar is a D level card. Deathless Pilot is a D. Like, kind of think cards like that. And then cards that get an F are just unplayable. Like, they're meant for Constructed, they're meant for Commander, they have ridiculous casting costs, they're too narrow, stuff like that. Fs are unplayable. So, keep that in mind with everything. Okay. Here we go. We're going to start with black and white, I guess. Hardened Tactician, 1 white black for a 2/4 human warrior. That says, pay 1 and sacrifice a token to draw a card. So I know, so this is the Tarkir set, so it's going to be a lot of shard colors. So you're going to see stuff like Temur, Abzan, Mardu, the other ones. So it's going to be a 3-color set. And this particular one seems to be more in the Mardu side of things, because I know Mardu has a whole thing where if your creature attacks, it can sometimes make 1/1 attacking soldiers. Well, I guess there's also black-white can make extra spirits, so it works in both colors, really. But yeah, so if you've got cards that kind of make those tokens, those spirits, those soldiers, that would be good. Music's a little too loud. I don't know if I can make it any lower without just turning off. Well, I can do it this way. There. I don't know if I would call this like a build-around card. It has some build-around tendencies to it for sure, since, you know, you need to have something that makes tokens, but I think if you're playing white, black, or red, you're going to have stuff that makes tokens, so it shouldn't take that much effort. So this looks really good. It's like a C+. The creature itself, just being a 2/4, isn't the most exciting, but the fact that it gives you a card draw engine and when those tokens get less helpful, or like if you have one that has to attack and your opponent just goes to block it, then you can sacrifice the token to get a card out of it, is pretty good. So C+ for Hardened Tactician. The Baron Step Siege is a rare 2-white-black enchantment. When it enters, choose Abzan or Mardu. If you choose Abzan, at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. If you choose Mardu, if a creature died under your control this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature. That's kind of neat. Yeah, so white and black. Abzan is white, black, green. Mardu is white, black, red. I think. I don't remember all these special names. That's kind of cool. So it kind of goes in either or. I think I like the Mardu side a little bit more than the Abzan side, but both seem solid. This is probably a probably like a B-. Again, not much of a build around because I think if you're playing those colors, you're probably going to have tokens or creatures. I think the Mardu side's a little bit more helpful and going to be easier to pull off. But that's cool. Yeah, probably closer to like a B- for Baron Step. Final black and white card is Marshal of the Lost. 2 white black for a 3/3 Death Touch. Whenever you attack, target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Okay, so he's a 3/3 Death Touch that attacks as a 4/4 Death Touch. But then if you attack with a bunch of things, you can just pump whatever. More interesting, it doesn't say that this creature has to be the one attacking. It just says whenever you attack, not this creature. So you can play this on 4, attack with your other creatures, and still get your kind of buff off of this. And still it's pretty solid. Like it being a Death Toucher that attacks well, like especially if you target himself and make him huge. Your opponent basically kind of has to chump block it or lose a lot of life, and if they try to double block it, like the Death Touch makes them lose multiple cards. That's solid. It's still like a C+. I feel like it leans more towards the Mardu side because it seems a little more aggressive. But yeah, C+. Where's the best place to pick up magic boosters and such? Your local game store. If you have one. Next is the blue-red cards. Hopefully we get something a little better than what we had previously. There's a lot of dragons in this set. I know that. So if you like dragons, there's a lot of dragons in this set. Hey, again, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub, by the way. Blue-red sorcery. Draw a card, then you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, deal 3 damage to target creature. Okay. Sorcery speed's a bit of a bummer, but I like how it kind of really combines what blue and red do. Draw and deal damage. More importantly, this has one of the new mechanics, which is Harmonize. Harmonize is you can play the card from your graveyard, so it basically has flashback. But you can reduce the Harmonize cost by tapping one creature you control to reduce the casting cost by the creature's power. So this has Harmonize for blue-red. So when you cast it, you can tap a 3/4, and then the casting cost for this is 1 blue-red. So it's like flashback with convoke, kind of. Basically a way of being able to replay your cards. This being on a sorcery makes that a little clunkier because you're tapping down one of your defenders. Or even potentially attacker for the turn, but still. I like this card. It's still like a C+. 3 damage is probably going to kill most things, but not the biggest things, especially in a set about dragons. And I like that it's, at minimum, it is draw a card, and then you don't have to discard a card. But if you do discard a non-land card, you can deal 3. And within a set with a lot of Harmonize, being able to discard something with Harmonize so you can recast it a little bit later can be quite strong. So C+ for Glacial Dragon Hunt. I like the art too. You have a GameStop and live in Nebraska? Yeah, that's gonna really limit your options. Then just, I don't know, wherever online. Wish I had a better answer for you. Next is the Frostcliff Siege. Oh, is everything gonna get like a siege enchantment? Looks like it. Frostcliff Siege. 1 blue-red for a rare enchantment. When it enters, choose Jeskai or Temur. Jeskai is whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Or Temur, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample and haste. So Jeskai is white, blue, red, and Temur is green, blue, red. Again, it kind of feels like one side's a little bit better than the other. I like the Temur side more, to be honest, because a lot of times it's harder to get your creatures in to deal combat damage. I mean, if you got flyers and things, you can make that work, sure, but I think the Temur side's a little bit better. Temur's gonna probably do a better job of making you win the game. Whereas Jeskai lets you draw cards, which is, that feels good, and I like that more. I like this one a little bit more than the other, though. Because kind of depending on where you're at, if you're trying to push damage, but if you can't quite do it, if you just have like a 1/1 that can get in that's flying or something, maybe you just want to Jeskai it and to draw cards. But I do like the Temur side more. It's still a B, though. That's a solid card. I'd be happy to put that in any one of my blue-red decks. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, right? Apples and fruits, where Temur has an immediate effect on the board, right? Whereas Jeskai doesn't. And I think that's kind of the big thing here. Does my friend still own the Tarkir game shop? Yep. Still there, still going strong. Better than ever. They literally doubled the size of the shop. And our last blue-red card is Effortless Master. 2 blue-red for 4/3 Vigilance and Menace. And it says, this creature enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. So blue-red still wants to do the whole cast 2 spells in a single turn thing. That's not great. So it's either a 4-mana 4/3 Vigilance or really 6-mana 6/5 Vigilance Menace. This would count as the second spell, yeah. So you need to cast something before this, then cast Effortless Master, and it would come in with the extra counters. Oh no, the camera is super desynced. Let me fix that up. There we go. Yeah, I mean, historically, the blue-red double spell things has not functioned well in a long time, especially when this is already an expensive card. Like, this is already costs 4, and it's asking for you to have another spell before this, and most of your spells are going to be at least 2 mana, so I don't love this one. This looks more like a C- to me. It looks just a little weaker. That's too bad. Oh well. Black-green. Any effects that give free spells in the format? I haven't seen any free spells, no. There are ways of reducing costs, but not making it free. Hollowmurk Siege is the black-green rare enchantment. When it enters, choose Sultai or Abzan. Sultai! Whenever a counter is put on a creature you control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Abzan is whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains Menace until end of turn. I mean, this only costs 2. And putting in the Abzan side actually lets you get nicely aggro with it. Like, if you're able to go 1-drop or 2-drop and you play this afterwards and you can start attacking for Menace while going bigger, that actually is pretty good. The Sultai side seems significantly less good. Because you need creatures already there for it to do anything, and more importantly, you need ways of getting +1/+1 counters. I'm not super sure how many ways there are to get +1/+1 counters. That one has a little bit more of a build around to it. Whereas the Abzan slide, again, wants you attacking. So you want to put this in a deck that wants to attack, is not necessarily like low to the ground aggro, but just wants to beat. Like, you're not trying to go super slow, super control-y, mid-rangey stuff. Like, you want to put that in cards like that. So that said, if your deck is that, this can steamroll pretty quickly. Like, if you're on the play especially, this card gets nuts. It's probably a B-. I'm trying to remember the color names. Sultai is white, black, green. Abzan is green, black. Not red. That's Jund. Is it blue? No. Sultai is black. Fuck, I don't know. I'm too much of a Magic boomer. I'm just gonna call them by the color names rather than these stupid nomenclatures. Oh well, Stalwart Successor. 1 black green. For 3/2 menace. Okay. But whenever one or more creatures are... one or more counters are put on a creature you control, if it's the first time counters have been put on that creature, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. Okay, so we got black-green +1/+1 counters. That's an interesting choice. Usually that's reserved for green-white. Here we have it in black-green. And basically the way this reads that if you put a counter of any kind onto one of your creatures, it gets an additional +1/+1 counter. So a lot of times, that just means you're giving something a +1/+1 counter, you're effectively giving it 2. So this is an enabler. And a lot of times when you're drafting, you want to get the enablers before you get the payoffs. Well, this is more of a payoff than an enabler, actually. I take that back. This is a payoff because an enabler would be something that is giving you counters, and this doesn't do it. But this is a payoff in that if you are getting counters, you get an extra one. So that said, it's still just kind of fine. It still looks like a C to me. Just because a 3/2 menace is a little unexciting. But you can see how these two gold cards go together. And the last black-green one is Host of the Hereafter. 2 black-green for a 2/2 zombie warlock. But it says it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters. And then whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, you can move its counters up onto another target creature you control. Okay. So this lets you kind of like shift and move things around. She's a 4/4 for 4, which is fine. It's fine. Doesn't have vigilance, doesn't have trample, doesn't have reach. A little understated. But this is your enabler. I think it's a little on the expensive side for enabling. Maybe there are cheaper black or green cards that also have their own +1/+1 counters. But yeah, 4/4 for 4. I'm not super excited about it. It's fine. It still looks like a C. And those counters will be annoying. But then, of course, like if this is the only creature you have and then your opponent kills it before you can get another one down, then you don't get anything with the counters. Yeah, Magic 2025. A 4/4 for 4 is understated. Magic sucks now. Remember when it used to be good? Anywho. Next we got Boros with red-white. And it gets an instant and uncommon. Red-white to what? Either make 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens, or target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. So seems to be leaning towards a go Y, but still aggressive. I like making the two 1/1 tokens more than giving it something +X/+X. Because I usually prefer just having more faint piece of cardboard on the table rather than just doing a combat trick. But this looks fine. It's another C. Next uncommon is the Kori Mountain Stalwart, who's 1 red and white for 3/3 human monk at uncommon, who has Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life. Oh. Huh. Whenever you cast your second spell in red-white, I mean, I guess that's an interesting choice for red-white. I see the thought process because if you're red-white, you probably want to be aggressive, so you're playing a lot of really, really cheap things. This is just not a very exciting payoff for doing so. Like, just drain them for 2 on a 3/3 for 3. That's super unexciting. But, like, I guess it's a C, but yeah, I just don't know how well that Flurry as a mechanic is going to work in red-white, and it definitely needs a better payoff than just drain for 2. Something like give all your creatures +1/+0 for the turn would have been way better. Yeah. Yep, C. And the red rare is Windcrag Siege. I like how all of these sieges are just like the 2 factions fighting each other. Like, that's kind of cool. 1 red-white for a rare enchantment. You choose Mardu or Jeskai. Mardu is, if a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Trigger. Or Jeskai, at the beginning of your upkeep, make a 1/1 red goblin creature token. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. That's obnoxious. Both of these sides are actually really good. I like this one a lot. Jeskai are a little bit more than the Mardu side, because Mardu's going to let you do stuff like whenever you attack in your... because it has that ability where you can make like the soldiers attacking or make the spirits or whatever. This will get you an additional trigger on that. So that one has a little bit more of a build around, but again, probably won't take much. Whereas Jeskai, just every turn you get a 1/1 lifelink haste. That rules. Jeskai's side seems really good. Especially since there's quite a bit of stuff wanting to go wide, but I could see a world where you can Mardu, but I want a Jeskai. But I like this one a lot. This is a B+. Main reason being is that to make the Mardu side good, you have to be able to attack profitably already. Whereas Jeskai allows you to go wide and get some extra attacks. But more importantly, you can get defensive and make a chump blocker every turn that gains you a point of life. This website is scryfall.com. Yeah, B+ for the Windcrag Siege, though. Blue-green is Auroral Procession. For an uncommon instant. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. What? I mean, it's at instant. Okay, looking ahead, it seems green-blue cares about stuff leaving the graveyard, so I guess this is the enabler. Okay, I mean, yeah. Lets you get any card, so if you need a spell, if you need a creature, sure. Lets you leave up mana to maybe block and get the creature back. Weird that's in green-blue, though, because usually something leaving the graveyard is not in those colors, but okay. It's fine. I'll go as high as a C on it. I could see it being more of a C-. But it's fine. C. Kishla Skimmer is a blue-green for an uncommon Bird Scout. A 2/2 flyer. Okay, 2/2 flyer for 2 is great. And then it says whenever a card leaves your graveyard during your turn, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. I mean, I like this just as a 2/2 flyer for 2. Like, that's great. And then if you happen to do any of the graveyard stuff, you get a little bit of a bonus on top of it. As long as it's your turn, so you can't, like, Auroral Procession on your opponent's turn and think you're going to draw a card out of it. It's only going to be on your turn. But just on its base stat line alone, I like this a lot. C+ for Kishla Skimmer. And the final siege is the Glacier Wood Siege. 1 green-blue for a rare enchantment that says, as the enchantment enters, choose Temur or Sultai. Temur is, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, target player mills 4 cards. Or Sultai, you may play lands from your graveyard. This is a stinker. Yeah. Is this an F? No, I mean, it's not an F, but this is not good. This is a D. You don't want this. I know... what's it called? Evolving Wilds, or an equivalent, is in the set. So, like, you can do stuff like... You can Evolving Wilds and then use this enchantment to keep playing the Evolving Wilds every single turn. That juice isn't worth the squeeze. And then the Temur side, wherever you cast an instant or sorcery to make someone mill 4 cards. So in a normal game of Magic, you're going to want to cast about 4 or 5 instants or sorceries just to maybe mill them out while your opponent's playing creatures, and you want to take 3 mana off just to put this down. That's not good enough. This is like a D-. I won't go F just because I could see the Sultai side kind of working. But everything else, that's not worth the effort. Maybe it's an F. Yeah, I'll say D-. Don't try to mill people out. I know that's the dream, but it's not going to happen. Like, you'll die before that. You need, like, a high concentration of spells to make that happen. And, yeah, the big thing is, like, you have to do all this and spend 3 mana just to set it up, which is quite the cost. Alright. We're not done, though, because there are a lot of 3-color gold cards. Sweet. I think these are all rares. I might be wrong. So we'll go through these as well, and then we'll start back over at white. Sagas are back. The Thunder of Unity, a new saga. Red, white, black. So if you've never seen a saga before, it's an enchantment that has 3 chapters, where basically every turn, before your first main phase, you go on to the next chapter. So when you play it, you do chapter 1, which is you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Then chapter 2 and chapter 3 say, whenever a creature you control enters this turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is Mardu, yes. This doesn't look very good. I mean, it is a card draw spell in colors that typically don't get card draw spells, but it being 3 color to make that happen is, again, I don't... Yeah. It'd be like D+. Probably more helpful in sealed because, you know, sealed is generally slower, but draft, this is not something you really want to go for. And I know this is a 3-color set because it is Tarkir and all that. But when you're drafting these sets and these cards, you should not have the mindset of, oh, my deck is 3 colors. I'm going to draft black, I'm going to draft red, I'm going to draft white. I am Mardu. That's not the mindset you want. While you're drafting, you should still have the mindset of, I'm drafting these 2 colors. And then thanks to land fixing and all that, I might splash in a little bit of the third color for the shard or whatever it is. And this card just really isn't splashable. So D+ for Thunder of Unity. Weird to see that on a rare. Next is Zurgo, Thunder's Decree. Zurgo's back. Red, white, black for a 2/4 Orc Warrior, legendary, with Mobilize 2. Yeah, so whenever Zurgo attacks, you also make 2 tapped attacking 1/1 red warrior creature tokens that you have to sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. But this also says during your end step, warrior tokens you control have this token can't be sacrificed. So as everything else mobilizes and you have like these temporary attackers, Zurgo lets them stick around. And that is pretty good. A lot of token payoffs, a lot of aggro payoffs, a lot of etc. So this is something that is closer to being splashable. Like imagine if you're black, white, mobilize or whatever, you splash in red for this, so all your warrior tokens can actually stick around. Like that's way better. It's still a B. Like it's not like when he shows up it's game winning. He's solid. B. Oh, we have 3-color uncommons as well? Okay, Bone Cairn Butcher is an uncommon demon. 1 red, white, black for a 4/4 with Mobilize 2. So whenever Bone Cairn Butcher attacks, you also get 2 attacking 1/1 soldiers that have to sacrifice at the end step. That says attacking tokens you control have Death Touch. Now that's annoying. Because normally when you just have like these little 1/1s, your opponent would just be like, whatever, I block it with my 1/2 or 2/2 and just get it out of the way. But giving them Death Touch makes them super obnoxious and is a decent way to just ping your opponent for a couple damage. No, hear me out. On who? Both of them? Same time? This looks really good. 4/4 for 4, but attacks really well. B for Bone Cairn Butcher. Or more rares. Inevitable Defeat. 1 red, white, black for a rare instant that says this spell can't be countered. Exile, non-land permanent, its controller loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Yeah. See, like, that's good removal. Unconditional, gets rid of any non-land permanent, gets through ward, and you drain them for 3. All that for 4? 4 is a bit expensive, especially with 3 colors, but it does make it splashable and effective. B for Inevitable Defeat. Mardu Siegebreaker, those are practically chocobos. Those are just chocobos. They can call them whatever they want, but those are chocobos. One red, white, black for a 4/4 rare human warrior with Death Touch in haste. Whenever this creature enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control until this creature leaves the battlefield. Whenever this creature attacks, for each opponent, make a tapped token that's a copy of the exiled card, and then sacrifice those tokens at your end step. Oh, that's kind of cool. So basically, like, you grab one of your creatures and you saddle up with it. This is pretty strong on its own. Like a 4/4 with Death Touch usually means your opponent's going to need at least 2 creatures just to block it. So just a 2-for-1 that way is pretty strong. And then I like the flavor text of basically you're taking another creature and like pulling it onto the back of your chocobo and be like, ride with me. And then if you can do that with one of your other creatures that has a strong enter the battlefield effect, or an attacking effect, seems quite good. This is probably more of a B+. B+ for Mardu Siegebreaker. Hi, Blitz Trooper. Oh, sorry. The token isn't attacking. I misread that. So never mind. Yeah, so basically you make a Copy of something that has a strong enter the battlefield ability. Oh no, yeah, it's because it's already attacking. Okay, yeah, I see. Ooh, Mythics. Nerev, Heart of the Storm, our first Dargon. 1 red, white, black. For 4/5 Spirit Dragon. Mythic. If a creature you control that entered this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead. Huh. That's not nearly as exciting as I thought it was going to be. So basically what this is saying is your haste creatures attack for double. It's a 4/5 flying for 4, which is good. Stat-wise alone makes it good. Helps her mobilize. And like, that's it. Yeah. Still big Dargon. I would be happy playing it just as is and make it a B. And then if you've got your mobilized tokens, basically make all your 1/1s attacking as 2/1s. That's a little better. I don't think it's amazing for a mythic, but it's still good. Yeah, your token creatures attacking do count as creatures. Next mythic is All Out Assault. 2 red, white, black for a mythic enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. When this enchantment enters, if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase, followed by an additional main phase. When you next attack this turn, untap each creature you control. It's a weird way of templating it, but basically you get an extra combat step. So then when you play this your first main phase, you attack with everything, they all get untapped, and then you do another combat phase. That is strong. Yeah, I mean, you could actually main phase attack, or main phase like attack with one thing, play the second main phase, and then attack with your remaining creatures. It's a little better on the first main phase, let's be real, but you could. But the big thing is, all your creatures getting +1/+1 is good, but also giving them Death Touch is nuts. Because now it's impossible for your opponent to block profitably, and more importantly, like if you need to play this defensively, all your creatures are now really good defenders. This card seems very good. This seems more like an A. And it's going to be hard for your opponents to deal with it. We still have more Mardu stuff. Good God. Sonic Shrieker. Another uncommon. 2 red, white, black for a 4/4 Dargon. An uncommon, flying. When it enters, deal 2 damage to any target, and you gain 2 life. Ooh, and if a player is dealt damage this way, they discard a card. Ooh, I like that. I like that. 5 mana 4/4 flyer that can probably kill a creature, and you gain a couple points of life. And if you can't kill anything, you just hit the opponent. And they lose a card? I like them. I like them a lot. B. Defibrillating Current. So this is another thing they're doing with this set is they're calling this two-brid mana, where it's the hybrid mana, where you can either pay the color or pay 2 generic, which makes it very flexible. So you could play this as a 6 mana colorless card. You could. But also, if you have, red, white, or black, it makes it significantly cheaper. Defibrillating Current deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain 2 life. I mean, you wouldn't pay 6 for that. But if you could pay, I guess, the realistic cheapness, it's either going to be 3 or 4 mana. It's okay. At 4 mana, 4 damage is a little low, especially at sorcery speed. Like, once you get to 4 mana and you're trying to deal damage to kill something, usually it's going to be around 5 or 6. So this is only going to be 4. So not the most effective. It doesn't hit players either, so you can't even use it as like a surprise finisher. Yeah, this is just okay, especially since the mana cost just makes it a little clunky. If you can play it for 4, it's like a C+. If you can pay it for 3... Sorry, if you pay it for 4, it's like a C. If you can do it for 3, it's like a C+. Not amazing. Alright, last Mardu one is Reigning Victor. It's a common? A Mardu common. It's got the 2 red mana. 2 red, 2 white, 2 black. It's a 3/3 with Mobilize 1, and when this creature enters, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Indestructible until end of turn. Yeah, so you can either pay 2 colorless or 1 of the colored. So you can pay red, white, black, or pay black and 4, or just pay 6 of green and blue, make it completely colorless. So it has a little bit of flexibility. I mean, I think these are the kind of cards that maybe you want to prioritize in the draft just because it's going to help you put it into any deck. But man, that's going to make those expensive. And if they get to be that expensive, maybe this is a slower format. We'll have to see. This card is just kind of okay. I am going to operate under the assumption that for the most part, you'll get to play 2 of the colored mana, and you're going to pay 2 more generic on top of it. So this is a 4 mana 3/3 with Mobilize 1 that gives a creature +1/+0 and Indestructible end of turn. Yeah, that's a guy. Kind of on the weaker side. Looks like a C-. Even at the 4 mana. If you get it to so you can pay the 3 mana, I think it's still a C-. Alright, that's all the Mardu shit. Next up, Songcrafter Mage. Green, blue, red for a 3/2 rare human bard with flash. When this creature enters, target instant or sorcery in your graveyard gains Harmonize until end of turn. Its Harmonize cost is equal to its mana cost. That's asking for a lot of mana. You already have to pay green, blue, red for a 3/2. And then if you're going to harmonize something, you're going to have another at least 2 mana on top of that just for the colors, whether it's red, blue, blue, green, or whatever. And this guy can harmonize it right away, so like this could at least, you can tap it for and like reduce the harmonized cost by 3. I think this one's going to be just a little too expensive. I wouldn't be excited about playing this as a 3/2 flash, especially at all 3 colors. So it would be a 3 mana spell for free, because the Harmonize only reduces the X casting cost. You still have to pay the colors. So if you harmonize an instant that costs 3 blue red, you can use a Songcrafter Mage and then just play blue red. I think it's going to be just a little too on the expensive side. I'll just go C. I mean, it is Flash, and there will be corner case scenarios where you do get to harmonize and do the thing, but yeah, that casting cost. If this only cost 2, I would like it more. But at 3, in the Teamer colors, yeah, C. All right. Teamer Battlecrier. That is a fluffy horse. Blue, red, green. For a 4/3 Orc Ranger at rare. During your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. That's an interesting way of doing ramp, but also caring about big stuff. And you know, this being a 4/3 makes it so that at the very least, this is going to make your expensive things cost 1 less. Solid. C+. Yeah, C+. 4/3 for 3. Kind of ramp. The Orc doesn't look like a 4/3. It's not the Orc that's a 4/3. It's that big fluffy tusked horse. Yeah, all right, C+. Issaquah Dragonclaw. 1 green, blue, red. For 4/4 legendary human warrior at rare with vigilance, trample, and ward 1. Dem some stats. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell this turn, draw a card and put 2 +1/+1 counters on Issaquah Dragonclaw. I mean, that's kind of fun. I like that. I also really like this art. So a 4/4 Vigilance Trample Award 1 for 4, even at 3 colors. That seems great. And then if you get to untap, if you ever get to do the thing, she just gets even better and you get the draw card on top of it. I quite like her. Yeah. B for Issaquah. Next, Mammoth Bellow. 2 green, blue, red for an uncommon sorcery. Make a 5/5 elephant. But more importantly, it has Harmonize for 5 green, blue, red. And I know what you're thinking. 8 mana. That's so expensive. You're right, it is. However, if that elephant sticks around, you can just do it again. Because you can tap that elephant and just make another 5/5 green elephant creature. And if your opponent deals with that elephant, that's okay. There's a good chance you'll have a way of harmonizing and being able to make another 5/5 elephant. This seems solid. It's still a C. Like it's a 5/5 for 5 that doesn't like super affect the board when it comes in, but I like it. C. Roar of the Endless Song is its saga. I'm going to assume every 3-color thing has a saga. 2 green, blue, red. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 is make a 5/5 elephant. I see a theme. Chapter 3 is double the power and toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. Big elephant. So this is actually quite good. You get a 5/5 for 5, and then next turn you get another 5/5 for 5 without having to do any extra work or any extra effort. That's much closer to what you want. Double the power and toughness is usually less exciting, because for the most part, your opponent can just kind of chump block it. But you know, if you've got, I don't know how many trample creatures there's going to be, or menace creatures in these colors especially, then it gets even better. But I like this saga just because for 5 mana, you're getting 2 5/5s. It's in green. You'll probably have some non-zero amount of trample. This looks good. This is a B+. I wouldn't quite put it into A level because it doesn't like. Usually, you want to save A's for cards that like when that hits the table, the game's over. And this isn't quite there, but it's quite good. Still got some more teamer stuff. Dragonback Assault is 3 green, blue, red for a mythic enchantment that says when it enters, deal 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Okay, so we got a pseudo board wipe and has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you make a 4/4 dragon creature token with flying. Jeez. Oh, now that's good. That's an A. And that art is awesome too. Wow. Yep, I like that a lot. Deal 3 to everything. So if your opponent's trying to like go wide and get you, like this is going to stabilize very, very nicely. And then every land after that is just going to be super good for you. Yep, that's an A. And so far, this is the card I want to play the most. Next is Dragonclaw Strike. It's the 2-bred teamer colors. So 2 are green, 2 are blue, 2 are red for an uncommon sorcery. Double the power and toughness of target creature you control until end of turn. And then it fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. They had this effect in a different set. And the card was called something else. Where you double its power toughness and then you fight. It's sorcery speed, which is a bummer, so you can't like get super cute with it during blocks or something. But the fact that it doubles the power and toughness means whatever creature you target will probably win the fight against whatever. But it is sorcery speed, and you need a creature to even make this work in the first place, and your opponent can interact with the creature before this even resolves. So this is an expensive mana clunky fight spell. I would still probably give it a C- because of it. Not the ideal removal. If it was instant, I would like it better. And of course, in the ideal world, you get to cast this, you punch something, and then you still get to attack with the remaining big boy that you still have around. But yeah, for the most part, there's going to be a lot of scenarios where this does nothing for you. So C-. Next, Karakik Guardian. 3 green, blue, red for an uncommon dragon. It's a 6/5 flying vigilance trample. This creature has hexproof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. Huh. I don't mind that. So, if this doesn't get countered, you have a 6/5 flying vigilance trample hexproof for 6. Man, that's expensive. Maybe I hope this is going to be a slow set because man, that is so expensive. And it's a big boy. And it's going to turn the tide of the game. But as soon as you have to block with it, as soon as you have to attack with it, then it loses its X-proof. But I think that's fine because by then you would probably have gotten the value out of it. The casting cost worries me. He's big. It looks like a C+. Yeah, it's mostly the casting costs. But good. Next is the Teamer Tawnyback. 2 green, 2 blue, 2 red for a 4/3 common beast that says when it enters, draw a card, discard a card. This used to be so good. Like, if you can play this for 4 mana, a 4 mana 4/3 that loots when it enters used to be so good. And now I'm just like, is this even good enough anymore? I don't know if it's good enough. Again, assumption, you pay this for 4. I can see a world where you pay it for 3, and even at 3, it's just okay. It's just a solid C. But yeah, feels bad. We're in a world where 4-3 that loots is just a little on the weak side. Maybe C-. That 3 toughness, though. Ugh. Final teamer card. Rennie, the Song Unending. 5 green, blue, red for a mythic spear dragon. It's a 10/10 flying protection from white and black. Jesus fuck. When it enters, deal X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures, planeswalkers your opponents control, where X is the number of lands you control. For 8 mana. Is this good? It's big. It's 8 mana. I know I said I hope the format is slow enough, but is it slow? Is it 8 mana slow? I have no idea how to grade this one because it's gonna be so dependent on the speed of the format. And I know, like, yeah, chat, I know that, like, if you have ramp, it's like, ooh, it can come out sooner. Sure. Operate under the assumption that that won't happen. Like, if you play ramp creatures, assume they're gonna die. Oh, man. This is gonna be a sealed A+, for sure. Like, in sealed has much better, much higher chance of getting up to that 8 mana range. But draft, man, I don't know. And it's protection from white and black, which is also stupid. I mean, I want to say A+ for it because if you play this, you will win. But 8, it is an A+. But man, you got to make sure you're able to play it, and I don't know if you're going to be able to, just because of how expensive it is. Someone's going to try to make it happen. It's me. I'm someone. Damn. I have no idea if there's like treasure generation or how many mana dorks there are, but man, I want to make it happen. Or maybe you can like, is there like a raise dead? Whatever. Moving on. Next is the white, black, green ones. Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan. That looks like Monster Hunter armor. She looks awesome. A 3/3 legendary human warrior at rare. Trample. Okay. Whenever Felithar enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a non-land permanent. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. It's like if the Warrior of Light was in Monster Hunter. Like it's Monster Hunter armor with the Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy colors. 3/3 trample. When it enters or attacks, sack a non-land permanent, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So for the most part, you're going to be sacrificing other creatures. Which there is plenty of token generation, and sacrificing one token to make everything better is quite good. And if you have nothing to sack, there's a 3/3 trample for 3 with clunky colors. Seems okay. I guess it's a little... Again, do you give it a build-around grade? Because I just assume, like, in these colors, you're going to end up with tokens or things to sacrifice. I'll go B-. Would it trigger before or after mobilize? So you can actually order the triggers so that you can mobilize first. So if you attack with multiple things, you make your mobilize resolve first, you get those tokens, and then you have Felithar sacrifice those mobilized triggers, or mobilized tokens. Yeah, B- for Felithar. We'll see if I'm wrong about that one. Next is Severance Priest. Wait, is Severance that TV show everyone's talking about? White, green, black for a rare 3/3 Djinn Cleric with Death Touch. Alright, when this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, exile that card. Hell yeah. When this creature leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner creates an XX white spirit creature token, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Oh, so it's like a... Oh man, what's it called? Conclave Apparition? But for their hand? Severance mentioned! I have not seen Severance. Do we know what set is after this one? The Final Fantasy set is after this one. I like this card. Skycliff Apparition? That sounds right. Skyclave Apparition, that's it. Neat. I like them. Do some hand hate, get a Death Toucher. Give you some information while on top of it? Yeah. I like them. B. Skirmish Rhino. White, black, green for a 3/4 uncommon Rhino with Trample. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. We have Siege Rhino at home. This card's solid. B+. Good stats. 4 toughness on 3 mana is awesome. It's a trample creature and you drain them for 2, so you get a good blocker if you need to. A couple of points of life to stabilize. And if you want to aggressive, you already hit your opponent for 2 basically. And they got this big old trample creature they got to worry about. And if you got ways of bringing this black back or blinking it or whatever, it's going to get super annoying. B+ for Skirmish Rhino. Their saga is Revival of the Ancestors. 1 white, black, green. On Chapter 1, you make 3 1/1 white spirit creature tokens. Chapter 2, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters on amongst creatures you control. And Chapter 3 is creatures you control gain trample and lifelink until end of turn. The Chapter 3 is the weakest part. But this is solid. The spirit creatures don't fly, though, right? They're just still 1/1s. If they were flying, this would be really good. Yeah, in my head, they were flyers. And I would have been all about it. But they don't fly. They fly now? They fly now! They fly now! Yeah, solid. Somewhere around the B-B range. If the tokens flew, then it'd be great, because you can make 3 2/2 flyers that lifelink the next turn. But it's still solid, because that gives you a lot of blockers, should you need it. And then if you have other creatures to make bigger, you can. And I guess if your opponent starts dealing with some of the tokens, then you can end up with just one larger token. Yeah, okay. I'm talking myself up on it. It's a B. Next up, Yathin Roadwatcher. Yathane? 1 white, black, green for a rare human scout. It's a 3/3. When this creature enters, if you cast it, mill 4 cards. When you do, target creature return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, there we go. There we go. B+, yeah. 3/3, but you basically get 2 creatures out of the deal? Yeah. It doesn't even come in tapped or anything. Quite like that. B+ for Yathan. Yeah, more importantly, it's any creature card from your graveyard. It doesn't have to be amongst the 4 milled ones. That could be an easy mistake to make. B+ for Yathan. Betor? Kin to All. 2 white, black, green for a Mythic Spirit Legendary Dragon. It's flying, 5/7. At the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, draw a card. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 20 or greater, untap each creature you control. Then if creatures you control have total toughness 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life, rounded up. This is more of a commander meme. But the card is still pretty good. Like 5/7 for 5 at flying? Like that's a chonker. And then basically if you can play one more creature, you'll get to draw a card at your end step. You having 20 or more toughness, it's probably not going to happen. But for the most part, you're going to be able to draw an extra card off the first part. And then you're never going to have 40 more toughness. That's... Do not look at that and be like, I'm putting walls in my deck. I know someone's gonna. I'm saying don't. This looks really good. I think this is an A. You can't stop me. People are gonna like somehow. People are gonna somehow just somehow get to the 40 toughness, and they're gonna screenshot it and just be like, "Look, I did it!" And just be like, "Yeah, you sure did." But yeah, just on its own, this card looks really good. That's a thick butt, it flies, and it won't be hard to draw an extra card every turn. A for Betor. Armament Dragon. Oh, he's fabulous. I am Lord of the Skies, but I want to look good too. 3 white, black, green for an uncommon 3/4 flyer. When it enters, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among creatures you control. Okay. So it can show up as a 6/7 flyer if you really want to. For the most part, though, you want to spread those counters around, so that if your opponent managed to deal with the dragon, you still have those counters. Solid. Again, a little on the expensive side. They're probably like a C+. But he looks fabulous. I would wear this. Kintree Severance. Severance mentioned again! It's got the 2 red mana for 2 white, 2 black, 2 green. Instant, uncommon. Exile target permanent mana value 3 or greater. Good. I would happily pay this for 4. Happily pay it for 3. In an emergency, pay 6. Good. B. Get rid of big thing. Great. B. Parination. What the hell is happening in here? 3 white, black, green for a mythic sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a hexproof counter and an indestructible counter on it. A 6 mana go fuck yourself? How does your opponent win if you do this? It's an A, right? 6 mana is a lot for this effect. But it seems like it's going to be really, really easy to make this happen. I don't know what counter spells are in the format, or what graveyard hate there is. But like, bro. Yeah, if this resolves, even if you're just getting back like a 4 or 5 mana creature, this is busted. A for Parination. Gets even better if you're milling yourself and setting up for it. Especially if you get like a super impactful thing. Like if you do that, and even do it on like the Dargon, I mean there's Bedor, sure. But this Dargon I'd be happy to bring back. Yathan would be great to bring back. Like Siege Rhino. Oh, rid of the Death Toucher, really? Yeah, Parination. Damn. Damn. Alright. And finally, a reputable merchant. Oh, oh, the turtle is the shop. Aw. 2 white, 2 black, 2 green for a common human citizen. It's a 2/2. When this creature enters or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So you can make this enter as a 3/3. I guess it's a sort of an enabler for the +1/+1 counter stuff. But this is a pretty weak way of doing it. This looks like a D, even with synergies. It costs 6 or 2. It can cost as little as 3 or as much as 6. So what this is saying, like, pay green mana for this. If you can't pay green mana, then pay 2 or whatever. Pay black. If you can't play black, then pay 2 of whatever. Pay white. If you can't pay white, pay 2 or whatever. So if you've got a green land and a black land, but no white, you can play green, black, and 2 to get this creature. If you have none of them, you can pay 2, 2, and 2 for 6 mana. And this is just all, it's all very on the weak side, D. All right, that is the those colors one. Next, chest guide. Blue, red, white for Flamehold Grappler. Oh man, Asura's Wrath. A rare human monk. It's a 3/3 with first strike. When this creature enters, copy the next spell you cast this turn. When you cast it, you may choose new targets for the copy. Okay, so it's kind of leaning towards the... It's leaning towards the cast 2 spell things that we kind of saw. And so a lot of times you play this, and then you cast another thing for like 2 or 3 mana. Which the way this reads is that you can have this play this first, and then you can cast a creature, and then make a copy of the creature. You are allowed to do that. It doesn't have to be like an instant or a sorcery. And that can be fine. Little clunky. Little mana intensive. Still just kind of seems okay. 3/3 for 3. Like a B- for Flamehold Grappler. Next is Narset. Hey Narset, Jeskai Waymaster. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I think the first ever pre-release I ever went to was Dragons of Tarkir. At least that I remember doing. And I had a Narset. Blue, red, white for a 3/4 legendary human monk. Rare. At the beginning of your end step, you may discard a card. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you've cast this turn. Huh? Okay. Sorry, discard your hand, not discard a card. That's a little different. Still, I can see that easily being profitable. Especially if your hand sucks. Yeah, I assume you can't discard a hand of 0? Yes, you can. You can literally have just 2 cards in your hand, cast both, end step, discard your hand of 0, draw 2 cards. You are absolutely allowed to do that. Oh, that's right. For pre-release this time around, you get to like choose your clan or whatever it's called. I forgot they're bringing that back. Oh man, that stuff was cool. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna pick. I don't know. Shit, I hadn't thought about it. I don't know if I'm gonna go to a pre-release at all this weekend. Might be busy. She's good. I like this. I would be happy doing this. Even like in the late game, if you are literally running on empty, if you can just play 1 card and at your end step just draw another card, super happy with that. I like Narset. B+ for Narset. Their Jeskai Saga is Rediscover the Way. Blue, red, white. Chapter 1 and 2 are look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Cool. Chapter 1 and 2 is Anticipate. And then Chapter 3 is whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature control gains double strike until end of turn. I like that flavor. Kind of sets up the like blue and red side, and then the double strike is the white mana part of it. I mean, I like the card advantage on it more than anything else. I think the double strike clause is the least helpful, because basically this is asking you to, it has to be this turn, so you have to be kind of setting yourself up to be able to attack. So like you want a Chapter 1, get a evasive creature like a flyer. Chapter 2, find a non-creature spell. Chapter 3, attack with the evasive creature, and then you cast your non-creature spell to double strike with it. So you can't really block and double strike. I mean, it basically allows you to attack in, and your opponent has to respect it and assume the double strike's going to happen. I'll go B with it. I like the first 2 chapters the most. And I guess it depends on what the creature's going to be like in blue, red, white. Maybe not B. How aggro is blue, red, white going to be? I don't know. No, I'll go lower. C. This is a C. Yeah, this is a C. If this was like until the beginning of your next turn, so you could at least be defensively double striking, I would like it more. But the fact that you have to use it this turn and want to attack with it, yeah, I'll go C. Jeskai Brushmaster. Oh, a Pictomancer. 1 blue, red, white for a 2/4 uncommon orc monk with double strike and prowess. Okay, so prowess is back, which makes sense. This already has double strike. And prowess is whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's not nothing. That's a solid creature, C+. Jeskai Shrine Keeper, 2 blue, red, white for an uncommon dragon. It's a 3/3 flying haste. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and draw a card. A 3/3 flyer at 5 mana is weak. But if you can get in there, it's been worth it. But in the worlds where you have this in your hand and this can't fly in and immediately like get you that card back, it will not be good. This is probably going to end up being like a D+. Which kind of makes me sad. It makes me a little sad. Yeah, I'm gonna go with, I'm gonna say D+. Love the art. It's a pretty dragon. A couple more just guys here. New way forward. 2 blue, red, white for a rare instant. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, new way forward deals that much damage to that source's controller, and you draw that many cards. Num 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 num. Attack me with your dragon, I dare you. Oh, I want to do it. I want to do it. Now, specifically, this says it deals damage to you. So it has to be to player, not just like hitting one of your creatures or whatever. But if your opponent attacks with a big thing and you just say, do it, call the ambulance, but not for me. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. So if they attack with like I don't know, something with 3 or 4 power and you say no blocks, new way forward, you deal them 4 damage instead and you draw 3 or 4 cards. Yeah. I'm into this. B+. It's not a bomb. Because there will be instances where if you're already winning, this doesn't do much for you. Because your opponent basically has to be attacking you for this to do something. So if you're already winning, you don't need it. But if you're behind or at a board stall and they're like trying to find damage where they can, this is great. Hell yeah. B+ for new way forward. I love it. Next is Issaquah, Paragon of the Way. 2 blue, red, white for a mythic legendary spirit dragon. 4/5 vigilance. When it enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Great. I think the ultimate meme for New Way Forward, just thinking ahead a little bit, is people are going to try to do the Jumbo Cactuar thing from Final Fantasy and be like, I attack you for 10,000. And then you New Way Forward it, make them take 10,000, and then you take 10,000 cards. That's how you want to do it. Also, chat, Jumbo Cactuar is not a good card. People are already speculating it's going to be worth like $70 for a rare. It's not a good card, okay? I know you fucking meme lords and you commander players want a meme on it so bad. 10,000, that's such a big number. It's not a good card. Issaquah's fantastic. Issaquah's fantastic. 5 mana 4/5 that comes in with an extra card. Yep. Very, very good. A-. Big number go brrr. I know, Chad. I know. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Because now I need to know. Jumbo Cactuar. Okay, it's come down to $50. Cool, so it's a little lower. It was at 76. People have finally cooled on it a little bit. Regular ass rare, $50. That's so stupid. Moving on. Monastery Messenger. Oh, he's glorious. It's the 2-brid creature. I guess they have one a common and uncommon for each pair. 2 blue, 2 red, 2 white. For a common 2/3 bird scout with flying and vigilance, when this creature enters, put up to 1 target non-creature non-land card from your graveyard on top of your library. Yeah. It's too weak for that effect. And a lot can change from when you cast this to when you really want the card that you're putting in on top of your library. And if you got nothing worthwhile, then this card just kind of sucks. Yeah, I think Monastery Messenger's a D. If it went to your hand, it'd be great. But it doesn't. So D for doesn't. River Wheel Sweep. 2 blue, 2 red, 2 white for the uncommon sorcery. Tap target creature, put 3 stun counters on it. Exile the top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Okay. Kind of a, actually I kind of like the art. She's like ribbon dancing and tripping both these dudes up. I mean, she's tripping up 2 dudes, but this only lets you tap 1 creature. 3 stun counters is a lot. But at 3 or 4 mana, am I happy doing that at sorcery speed and then getting an extra card out of it? Not really. C-. Again. I'm gonna put it at average of a 4 mana spell. And that's not awesome. C- for River Wheel Sweep. Just because, like, tapping, it buys you time, but you're not gonna, like... You're gonna have to deal with the creature eventually. At least it replaces itself and you get to choose one of the cards, but... Yeah, it's the other big thing is that this is at sorcery speed, so you can't even be cute about it, where you're like... You River Wheel Sweep them on their turn. If this was instant speed, it would go from a C- to a regular C. Because it's just stun counters and not, like, actually dealing with it. Alright, last Jeskai card is the Jeskai Revelation. 4 blue, red, white for a mythic instant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Jeskai Revelation deals 4 damage to any target. Create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. Draw 2 cards. You gain 4 life. Oh my fucking god. This is a... oh fuck, what's the name of that? Strixhaven card. Where you make a 4/4, deal 4. Draw some cards. I can't think of it. Magma Opus, yeah. It's Magma Opus. Hell yeah. This is 7 mana though. Ah, god. That's again. That's one of the situations where I'm like, is this reasonable? Can we even do that? Or would we just die before we even get to 7 mana? I don't know. I would assume yes. But if you can cast this, this is quite the stabilizer. It's like Sublime Epiphany, but a bunch of other shit. It does 5 things. If you cast it, it's an A. Because what a stabilizer. And or what a card that's going to put you ahead on a board stall. And if you're already winning, like, you win harder. But, like, man, that is an A. If you can cast it. That's 7 mana, though, bro. And I don't know on that. Because I don't know what the speed of the format's going to be like. The fact that cards like this exist, and we've seen a lot of expensive things, makes me think that they want it to be slower, and you get, like, big payoff cards like this more often. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to play it. This is a card I want to play. It's another one I want to play. Yeah. It is an A if you can cast it. If the format ends up being too fast for it, though, it's going to go down significantly until, like, I don't know, maybe like a C+, maybe an F if it just, it'll never happen. I'd like to think you can, though. And the optimist in me says an A. All right, that's it for Jeskai. Moving on to the black-green one. Black-green-blue. This might be the last color pair. I haven't been paying attention. We're going to start off with a saga. Awaken the Honored Dead. Black-green-blue. Chapter 1. Destroy target non-land permanent. Perfect. Excellent. Chapter 2. Mill 3 cards. Okay. Chapter 3. You may discard a card. If you do, return target creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh. Just back to your hand. I guess with a lot of the cards in this format, putting a creature back onto the battlefield would be a little too busted. I like this quite a bit. A 3-mana kill anything, and then set your graveyard up for some stuff. I like this. This is an easy B. Wilder Rocks DB, thank you guys for the resubs. Next. Lion Wait. Oh, the alligator trying to eat a bird. Black, green, blue for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Lion Wait deals damage equal to that card's power to target creature. Oh, that's kind of fun. I like that. You get to grave dig something back to your hand, but then also kill something if it's big enough. I like that quite a bit. C+. Sorcery speed, so, you know, you kind of need something in your graveyard already to even make this work. So this isn't like a turn 3 removal spell. Got him. But the longer the game goes on, the better this gets. So, C for Lion Wait. Fangkeeper's Familiar. The snake's got a hat on. 1 black, green, blue for a 3/3 rare snake with flash. When this creature enters, choose one. You can gain 3 life and surveil 3. That's great. Or you can destroy target enchantment. We saw some sagas. Oh, and those they had the 3-color enchantments, so could be relevant. Or counter target creature spell. All of these are fantastic. That's a good snake. Or as Metal Gear Solid spells it, Sanic. Yo, B+ for Fangkeeper's Familiar? I love them. The counter target creature spell is the strongest part. Followed by the gain 3 life, surveil 3, because that's going to really smooth your draws. And then destroy target enchantment can be relevant. B+ for Fangkeeper's Familiar. Next is the Keru Goldkeeper. It's a Dargon. 1 black, green, blue for a 3/3 flyer that says, whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, you make a treasure. And he has Renew. Pay 2 black, green, blue, exile this card from your graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. It is a 3/3 flyer for 4, which is fine enough, but more importantly, if you're making cards leave your graveyard, you're getting treasures, you're getting that ramp. And then if this ever dies, it gives you a little bit of value later on, allowing you to make something a little bit bigger and make it flying. This looks solid. C+. 3/3 flyer at 4 mana is, again, just a little on the weaker side. I think the 3 toughness is going to matter a lot just based on the removal I've already seen for the format. So it's going to be pretty vulnerable, and if you happen to get a treasure out of it, hell yeah. But the fact that you can still, not flashback it, but, you know, do something with it after it dies and gives you something to do with your mana makes it a little better. So C+ for Keru Goldkeeper. Kotis, the Fangkeeper. He's fabulous. 1 black, green, blue for a rare zombie warrior. 2/1 indestructible. Whenever Kotis deals combat damage to a player, exile the top X cards of their library, where X is the amount of damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana costs. Oh shit, I love those kinds of cards. I mean, he's only a 2/1, so it needs help. Your opponent's going to have ways of just kind of blocking this, especially by the time you get this out for 4 mana. But if you're doing the +1/+1 counters thing, it gets significantly better. And if there's like death touch tricks or give it flying or whatever, yeah. But more importantly, this is a 2/1 indestructible, so this can block forever. This looks very good. It's not an A. It's still just a B. But I like it a lot. B for Kotis. Lost Light Dancers. 2 black, green, blue. For a rare zombie bard, it's a 3/6 lifelink. When this creature enters, search your library for a black card, a green card, and a blue card. Put those cards into your graveyard, then shuffle. Neat. We've seen cards that kind of want to be in the graveyard. So this kind of like sets you up for that. But we've also seen the other bring back from the dead cards and the like. So this also lets you do something. I like it. They've got a thick butt, so it blocks pretty well, and the lifelink can be relevant. See. It's not gonna like insta win the game, but it might set you up and help stabilize you a bit. So C for Lotus Light Dancers. T-Ball, Arbiter of Virtue. 2 black, green, blue for a mythic legendary spirit dragon. It's a 6/6 flying lifelink. Spells you cast have Delve. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. Ooh, that's scary. So Delve allows you to exile stuff from your graveyard, and every card you exile from your graveyard reduces the cost by 1. So the idea here being you delve a spell, so you're only really losing 1, 2, or 3 life out of it. And then you attack with this in the air for 6, and you just lifelink that life right back. Because a 6/6 flying lifelink at 5 mana is very strong. Like, that's overstated. But I think this does enough and has enough power and life and all that it's gonna... It seems worth it. It seems like an A. Like, I'd almost be happy, like, you get this down on turn 5, and then you, if you really need to, you just don't cast stuff until you just start attacking with this and really swinging the life points in your favor. 6 is a lot. Yeah, I think A for T-Vol. I think for the most part, you're going to profit off of this. Next is Gurmag Nightwatch. This is the hybrid cards. So 2 are black, 2 are green, 2 are blue. For the common human ranger, when this creature enters, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may put one of those cards back on top, put the rest into your graveyard. Still very medium. It's still like a C- creature. Again, we saw stuff in blue-green that wants stuff in the graveyard. I think green-black or blue-black will probably want that too. So it does kind of help set that up. So it's okay. C-. Rakshas's Bargain. It's got the hybrid mana, 2 brid mana again. 2 are black, 2 are green, 2 are blue for an uncommon instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand, into the rest into your graveyard. We've actually had a lot of effects like this, especially at 4 mana. But a lot of times, usually, like, you get to like look at the top 4, take 2, but then lose some life. And this doesn't have that. So this is an okay card, just to find 2 cards as a draw spell. That's fine. C for Rakshas's Bargain. And our final thingy is Death Begets Life. 5 black, green, blue. From Mythic Sorcery, destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent destroyed this way. Oh, okay. No, that's a board wipe. It's a weird board wipe because it costs 7. Usually you want your board wipes to be on the cheap side so that your opponent plays all their stuff into it and then you kill everything and they're out of cards and then you can just start rebuilding. But I guess this kind of does the same thing because you're drawing cards off of it. 5, yeah, it costs 8, sorry. Isn't that good? I don't think so. It is the great equalizer. Like if you're in a... Man, even 8 mana is stupid. The difference between 7 mana and 8 mana is ridiculous. The difference between 6 mana and 7 mana is ridiculous. You've never seen a board wipe be that game-changing and limited? Really? Because I've seen a lot. I'm going to assume this is too slow. Like, so slow it's an F. It's not really a game plan. Like, you're not trying to like build your deck that you want to do this. This is more like an oh shit button. It's a good oh shit button. Especially if you like got a huge board stall, you both sides have like 5 or 6 creatures out with no profitable attacks, and you draw this and you just kill everything and then draw half your deck. You might just deck yourself. I don't know. I want to say an F just because of how expensive it is. Yeah. It's like an F. It's either an F or a B. I have no idea. I'm going to say F. But, Jesus. I'm just going to move on. We have one last gold card. It's called the Spirit Dragons, and it costs Wooburg. White, blue, black, red, green. For a mythic enchantment. Dragons you control have indestructible. At the beginning of your upkeep, for each color, put a +1/+1 counter on a dragon you control of that color. If you put a +1/+1 counter, if you put +1/+1 counters on 5 Dargans this way, you win the game. I know some of you fuckers out there are looking at this right now and be like, oh my god, I'm gonna do it. That's what I want to do. It's gonna be so good because I'm gonna do the thing. This is commander bullshit. This is commander bullshit. This is an F. Problem 1, it's 5 colors. That's not gonna happen. Problem 2, you need to have dragons. Step 3, if you really want to do the alternate win condition, you need a dragon of every color. That part won't matter. For the most part, you just have indestructible dragons and you kill them. F. It's an F, but I know some of you fuckers are going to try. Some of you are going to try. You just can't help yourself. You see this and that monkey part of your brain just starts flaring up. And you go, ooh, what if? Don't do it. All right, and now we get to go through the actual colors, and then artifacts. Real quick, let me. So yeah, the lands, they have the gain life lands back. So Tranquil Cove, Dismal Backwater. Do they have all 10 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so they have all 10 tap lands. So like there is some fixing, and then they've got some enters tapped lands that will tap for the different clan colors. So there's 5 of those, plus an Evolving Wilds. So there is at least, the fixing in this format is pretty good. Again, I still think you should be drafting your deck with the plan of being a 2-color deck that just touches a little bit of another one. But the fixing in this format, especially with how many of them enter tapped, should make them pretty good. With that, I'm going to go make some more tea real quick. Let's go up to white. All the way top. There we go. So these are going to be in mana value order. So we're going to start with the 1 mana cards and just go down the list. Starting off with Descendant of Storms. White for a 2/1 uncommon human soldiers. Whenever this creature attacks, you may pay 1 and a white. If you do, it endures 1. And enduring is either give this a +1/+1 counter or make a 1/1 white spirit creature token. That's a really good aggressive card. If you can get this, if you're on the play and you get this down on turn 1 and you get to attack with it right away, just pay 2 mana, you're probably going to want to just make a spirit token for the most part, just to go wide and kind of prevent your opponent from being able to take her out. That's solid though. B-. Remember when a 1 mana paid for a 1/1 that maybe did something? Sometimes we had a 1/1 vigilance for 1. That was exciting. B- for Descendant of Storms. If I see that, I would assume white is open. Mardu Devotee. White for a 1/2 common. When enters, scry 2. And then you can pay 1 to add red, white, or black. Activate only once each turn. So it's like a mana fixer, I guess, if you really want to make sure you're playing those colors. They didn't have to give it the scry 2, but I'm glad they did, because otherwise this would really suck without it. Probably like a C- though. Don't love it. Man, it's a 1/2 for 1. Crazy. Next, Bearer of Glory. 1 and a white for a 2/1 common human soldier. During your turn, this creature has first strike, and you can pay 4 and a white to give creatures you control +1/+1 until end of turn. We just had a 2-mana creature in the Ether Drift set that has first strike on your turn and ended up being very not good. So this one any better? I don't know. It's only 1 toughness, which concerns me because there's going to be a lot of 1/1 tokens. So this obviously cares more about the go wide strategy. I mean, if you're at a point where you're paying 5 mana to give all your creatures +1/+1, that's something, but I'd like to think you can do something more impactful by that point. It just kind of seems fine. He's probably more like a D+, probably. I think the existence of all the 1/1 tokens is going to make this guy pretty weak defensively. And offensively, even then, just kind of okay. Yeah, D+ for Bearer of Glory. Coordinated Maneuver. 1 and a white for a common instant. Choose one. Deal damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy an enchantment. We've had cards like these before, and these always end up being just fine. It's one of those things where if you try to use it, your opponent can try to kill some of your creatures before this resolves, making it weaker. But it's got the destroy target enchantment clause on there, just in case. It's like a C- removal spell, because without creatures, this does nothing. It's a C- for Coordinated Maneuver. I'm trying to go through these pretty quick because there's a lot of cards, and my voice hurts, and I don't want to be here until 8 p.m. Duty Beyond Death. 1 and a white for an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature in white? Okay. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That's not a terrible combat trick. You're in white. You're going to be making the 1/1 soldiers or making spirits, so you can sacrifice that to save and protect all your creatures and make them a little bigger. Or sacrifice something that's going to be killed anyway. I don't hate it. It's like a C. Like, it's not crazy good. But I don't hate it. Next, Fortress Kin Guard. That's a good boy. 1 and a white for a 1/2. When this creature enters, it endure 1s. So this either enters as a 2/3 or you make a 1/2 and a 1/1. Depending on what your deck wants to do. This is going to be a little bit better and more flexible. And I would prioritize this in draft over a lot of the other creatures we saw so far, since white's cards and its synergies have either been wants a counter or wants to go wide, and this gives you both. So that's going to be better for it. I'm going to give it a C because of that, because it is going to play into those synergies that we saw. The only thing this doesn't really play into is the Jeskai stuff. Furious Forebear, 1 and a white for an uncommon Spirit Warrior. It's a 3/1. Whenever a creature you control dies while this card is in your graveyard, you may pay 1 and a white. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a 3/1 for 2. And then if one of your other creatures dies, you can pay 2 to bring this back to your hand. Kind of gives you a loop effect. It's okay. It's still like a C. Trades up at least and lets you keep bringing it back if you really need to. Yeah, C. Lightfoot Technique, 1 and a white for a common instant. It put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gets flying and indestructible until end of turn. Did we not just have this? But it was called something else? Like, we just had this. Yeah, it wasn't in Foundations. It was like something like this. It was called something else. It was a fine combat trick. It's like a C-, maybe D+. Probably C- because it does have a +1/+1 counter with a lot of relevance. Yeah, C-, it's fine. It was one of the better tricks in Foundations. We'll have to see how it goes in here. Osseous Exhale. Ooh, excuse me. So this is cool. There's actually a full, cycle of these Dragon Breath Attack cards for every color, and I think it's really cool. White is 1 and a white for a common instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may behold a dragon, which basically says pick a dragon you control or reveal a dragon in your hand. We've had cards that basically have this text before, but now it has a keyword, which is behold. So Osseous Exhale deals 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If a dragon was beheld, you also gain 2 life. Which is fine. 5 damage is pretty good. Man, remember when it was like 3 damage for like Gideon's Reproach? Yeah. I mean, the Dragon Claws on this is the least beneficial. But is otherwise a okay removal spell. C for Osseous Exhale. I mean, I would play this in a deck without dragons, because who cares about the 2 life? For the most part, you just want to be able to kill attackers or blockers. Rebellious Strike, 1 and a white for an instant to common. Target creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn, and draw a card. Cantrip. Definitely a Jeskai card, because it wants you casting and playing in multiple things a turn. I like that it replaces itself, but I guess you can trade up. It doesn't really protect it. It looks okay. C-, because of the draw card. If it didn't have the draw card part, it'd be like a D. And you can like just straight up basically cycle it for 2 later on. Yeah, the Osseous Exhale is a lot like the Osseous Stick Twister. It goes around Dick Twistin. Storm Beacon Blade. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment at uncommon. Equipped creature gets +3/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, draw a card if you control 3 or more attacking creature. Equip cost 2. We're finally back to equipment not instantly equipping it as soon as you play it. Yeah. So it wants the go wide stuff. I feel like it's a D+. Like 4 mana just to basically get this down to get something +3/+0. I could see a world where it ends up being really good. But usually equipment like this that doesn't instantly equip itself for like cheap, yeah. Probably more of a D. Sun Pearl Kirin. 1 and a white for an uncommon Kirin. 2/1 flash flying. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. But if it was a token, you draw a card. I like it. I like that it flies, so you get around a lot of the cheap 1/1 tokens on the ground. And if you have a token, you can just exchange that token for a full-on card, but then you can also use it to protect one of the other things. Looks solid. See. Voice of Victory, 1 and a white for a rare human bard with one, it's a 1/3. Mobilize 2, your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Oh. Should Dale here? No, not that I don't think he would care anyway. Huh. So a 1/3 that attacks and makes 2 1/1s, and your opponents just can't cast spells? This actually could be pretty good. This is going to see constructed play. Like, aggro constructed wants this. Huh. Yeah. It's an easy B for limited, and then yeah, I think we're gonna see that in some Pioneer aggro decks for sure. B. Next is Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. 2 and a white for a 2/2 rare spirit soldier with legendary flash. First strike. Whenever another non-token creature you control, Anafenza endures 2. Ooh. Ooh, I like that a lot. Oh, that's good. So you can flash this in. It has first strike. So you can kind of get you with some of your opponent's attacks and just kill them before they deal damage to you. But if one of your other non-token creature dies, either Anafenza gets bigger or you start making 2/2 spirits on top of that. Both would be excellent. Anafenza looks really good. B+. Yeah, I'm in for that. I think for the most part, you want to get their 2/2 white spirit creature token first. And then if you can get another one and make her into a 4/4, even better. Because a 4/4 first strike is beefy. Yeah. B+ for Anafenza. We also saw like some white sacrifice synergies, so maybe you could just do it on your own. And it's whenever another, so you could chain it. Anyway, moving on. Clarion Conqueror, another rare card. 2 and a white for a 3/3 flying dragon. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. Oh, Christ. So there are 2 white cards that just say, don't. Your opponent can't cast spells, and now you just can't activate shit? And it's a 3/3 flyer for 3? Are you fucking kidding me? Stat-wise alone, it's great. Still a B. But Jesus. I have no idea how to grade this next one. Delcoven Pack Beasts, 2 and a white for a 0/4 uncommon Ox with Vigilance. But it has Immobilize 3. So are we attacking with our 0/4? Just to make 3 1/1 attackers for the turn? I have no idea how to grade this one. I don't know. It seems silly. I think people are gonna try it. I got a feeling it's gonna fall flat on our faces. C-. There's no way. There's no way this is good, right? Right. C-. I'm gonna say C-. Next is Poised Practitioner. 2 and a white for a common human monk with 2/3. Flurry. So whenever you cast your second spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Scry 1. Yeah. It's another kind of okay card. C. If you get a single flurry activation of it, it's pretty decent. If you don't ever flurry, then it's still okay at best. So, C. Sage of the Skies, another rare. 2 and a white for 2/3 human monk. When you cast this spell, if you've cast another spell this turn, copy this spell. Oh, it's a 2/3 flying lifelink. Oh. Oh. So if you cast something first, 1 or 2 mana or whatever, and then you cast this, you just get 2/3 flying lifelinks. I mean, I would play it just as a 3 mana 2/3 flying lifelink. Yeah, that looks pretty good. B+ for Sage of the Skies. Starry-Eyed Skyrider. 2 and a white for human scout and uncommon. It's a 1/3 flyer. Whenever this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Attacking tokens you control have flying. Okay, so this is the a different version of the Pegasus kind of style cards where like you can attack with it and make another thing flying and attacking. So hilariously, you want to skyride any of your immobilized cards because then your immobilized cards get to fly in and it makes the tokens, and then the tokens are also flying. This is going to be good in a more wants to attack aggressive deck. Less good on defense, but it has some synergy potential. Somewhere around C+. But yeah, the dream is you attack with this and make one of your other immobilized creatures fly. Stormplane Detainment. 2 and a white for common enchantment. Without looking at it, I'm just going to assume it's Banishing Light. When this enchantment enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. It's Banishing Light. Word for word. They just changed the name. This makes a lot of those destroy target enchantment cards we saw earlier be more relevant. Yeah, this is good. C+. Well, maybe even B- actually. I'd probably say B-. If I see this in the draft, white's open it because this has been white's best removal spell so far. So B- for Stormplane Detainment. Tempest Hawk. So this is one I did see. 2 and a white for 2/2 flyer. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you can search your deck for a card named Tempest Hawk and put it into your hand, and your deck can have any number of cards named Tempest Hawk. And again, I know there's some fuckers out there who are seeing this and like, oh my god, I'm gonna live the dream. I'm gonna make so many fucking birds. I'm gonna be Hitchcock up in this bitch. And I know you're gonna do it. You're gonna go draft all the fucking Tempest Hawks. Because you're gonna put them all into your deck. So you're like, if I attack with a Tempest Hawk, then I get another Tempest Hawk. But if I attack with 2 more Tempest Hawks, then I get 2 more Tempest Hawks. But here's the thing though. So we've actually had cards like this before. like the Inquisition Conquistador and all that. But the difference between those cards and these is that this has to deal combat damage to a player. It's not just when it enters. And that makes it significantly weaker. Especially at 3 mana, it's only a 2/2. Sure, it flies. But on defense, or if your opponent's got any way of stopping this as a flyer, then you just paid for an understated flyer that's not going to do anything for you. D+ with some B- meme potential. Nice Hitchcock reference. Thank you, Christina. Someone will meme it. Arashin Sunshield, 3 in a white for a 3/4 human warrior. When this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. That's good. But it also has white, tap target creature. Some graveyard hate, a common. 3/4 for 4s, solid stat line. Interesting, like, because it's got so much power and toughness, it's actually a really good blocker, and in an emergency, you can tap down your opponent's biggest thing to make way for your attacks or prevent them from attacking you back harder. I can see this actually being pretty good. Well, let's say C+ for Arashin. I think the exile cards from our graveyard is going to be very, very relevant. If you're facing blue or green or black, absolutely. Dragonback Lancer. In my head, like, I read Dragon Hack Lancer, but then also Dragon Lance. And I wanted all those things at once. 3 and white for a 3/3 flyer with Mobilize 1. Yeah. It's fine. See? Dragonlance Hacker? I'm in. Rally the Monastery. Dude, look at the fucking cool this art is. Like, I'm loving the artwork in this set. Hey, as a quick aside, did you all like Ether Drift? Because I did not. But this set looks awesome. Like, this is much more my speed. Like, all these cards look great. I'm loving the art. Like, the colors are pretty. It's got dragons and shit. Like, it looks epic. It does a lot of... It's 3 colors and all that. Like, I'm much more excited for this set than I was Ether Drift. And I still drafted Ether Drift like 3 times a week. I don't know why, because I'm just like, I don't like this. I know a lot of other people were like higher on it, but I did not enjoy Ether Drift. I haven't really enjoyed a Magic set in quite some time. That makes me sad. Hoping this one fixes it. We'll have to see. Just keep going. Rally the Monastery. 3 and a white for an uncommon instant. But this spell costs 2 less if you've already cast another spell this turn. So you can choose one. Make 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. Or up to 2 target creatures both get +2/+2 until end of turn. Or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. This is actually really strong even at 4 mana. Like, in a combat scenario, if you got 4 mana, you cast this, you kill your opponent's biggest thing and give 2 of your creatures +2/+2. That could be a very easy 3-for-1 exchange. And if you don't need to do that, you can just make some monk tokens on top of it. This looks really good. This looks like a B. I'm in for Rally the Monastery. Yeah, even when I was winning in Ether Drifts, I wasn't having fun. Neat. Rally the Monastery, very strong. Teeming Dragonstorm. 3 and a white for an uncommon enchantment. When this enchantment enters, you make 2 2/2 white soldier creature tokens. And whenever a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. So they have another cycle of these kinds of enchantments where every color has a... Enchantment enters, does a thing. If you play a dragon, return enchantment. So then you can like replay that enchantment the next turn to get more things. I mean, 2 2/2s for 4 is about the going rate for it. Is that still good these days? Yeah. I guess yeah. I guess I would give this a pseudo build around grade because without dragons, this kind of sucks. I guess it's a build around C. Because if you don't have dragons, like at least 3, I'd say, I would not be particularly excited about playing Teaming Dragonstorm. Next up, United Battlefront. Look at that giant rhino. 3 and a white for a rare sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to 2 non-creature, non-land permanent cards with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom. So pay 4. Really look at the top 7 and get some enchantments and artifacts. I mean, looking at the top 7 cards is quite a bit, but you still need a decently high concentration of enchantments and artifacts to make this do a thing. Hold on, I got a hypergeometric calculator in my head. And the calculator says this card's an F. Don't play it. Moving on. That's a weird one. Wayspeaker Bodyguard, 3 and a white for an Orc Monk, uncommon, 3/4. When this creature enters, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, it lets you get a cheap spell. And with Flurry, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, tap target creature in opponent controls. Not an exciting Flurry, but I do like that this is a 3/4 for 4 that can get a spell back to your hand, whether it's a creature or instant or sorcery or whatever. I mean, I like that just for the card advantage alone. It's like a B- card advantage card. There's another Elspeth Planeswalker. I thought we were done. Oh, sorry. Yeah, non-land permanent. It's not instant or sorcery. My mistake. I have no idea what's even going on in the Magic story anymore, and I don't think Wizards of the Coast does either. It's only been like, what, a year since the last Elspeth? Maybe less than that? Oh, fucking whatever. Whatever. Alright, what does she do? She's a Planeswalker, so 3 white mythic, 5 loyalty. That's really good. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, you make twice that many tokens. Her +1 is make a 1/1 white soldier creature token. So her +1 is make 2 1/1s. 0. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. They gain flying until your next turn. -3. Destroy target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater. A+. She's incredibly good. That's very good. You didn't know there was a Magic story? Yeah, there is. They've actually had several novels and stuff since the 90s. I own a bunch of them. And you can actually see on some of these cards towards the bottom, like this one, it says Story Spotlight at the bottom. So some of the cards are actually meant to be like depictions of what's actually happening in the story. And basically ever since they finished off their last big bad, they just kind of meandered around and nothing matters. They name dropped Nicol Bolas again. You know he's gonna come back and fuck shit up, or maybe he'll be good. I don't know. That's probably part of Jace's master plan that he comes back though, because then Jace is gonna be like, I wanted Nicol Bolas to come back, because when he did, he would be compelled to suck my dick in his dragon tongue. That's what I wanted. I hate Jace. Who was the last big bad? Elish Norn. Moving on. Loxodon Battle Priest. 4 and a white for a 3/5 uncommon Elephant Cleric. At the beginning of your combat of your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. Oh, it's Luminarch Aspirant. But they actually made it way more expensive. More importantly, this can't target itself, so you can't make this into a 4/6, but that's still a pretty strong ability. Spoiler, Jace died. He didn't, though. I know those are the words he wrote. He didn't die. Remember when he got Phyrexianized? But he just got better? Loxodon Battle Priest is actually kind of like C+. Easy way to get those +1/+1 counters. So here's another new mechanic. Riling Dawnbreaker, 4 and a white for a dragon. So a lot of these dragons have these omen sorceries. And these are different than adventures, even though they look a lot like adventures. So it's a 3/4 flying for 5 with flying and vigilance that says at the beginning of combat on your turn, another creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn, which is fine. Its omen is a sorcery for 1 and a white. You make a 2/2 white soldier creature token. And unlike adventures where this gets exiled and then you can still cast the creature later, the omen says you shuffle the dragon back into your library. Thus the omen. Your opponent knows you have a dragon. It's like, oh fuck, a dragon's coming. But for now, you have a 2/2. So it's still a modal card. Like, this is a 2/2 for 2, or if you have a 5 mana, you have a 3/4. That said, this is kind of on the weak side for both sides. You can do that omen as much as you want, so long as if you keep drawing it, yeah. Like if you omen and make a 2/2, shuffle into your library, and then draw a card, and it happens to be this card again, you can omen again, yes. And they would get shuffled back into your library. This is aggressively medium. C-. It's at least modal. Smile at Death. 3 white for a mythic enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of those creatures. That sounds obnoxious. Just make all your shit undying. That looks really good. Basically grab anything with power 2, make it power 3, or if you got 2 little babies, you get two powered things. Yeah. I guess you kind of have to give it a build-around grade. Because if you just don't have power 2 things, this doesn't do anything, but like, you're gonna have those in like almost any color you do. This looks like an A. And if your opponent keeps blocking, or keeps attacking, you just block with one of those idiots, let them go back to the graveyard, then Smile at Death just brings them right back. Yeah, I think Smile at Death is an A. And it's only 5 mana, which is reasonable. Static Snare. 4 and a white for an uncommon enchantment with Flash. It costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature. When this enchantment enters, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. Okay, so it can be a cheaper Banishing Light, but at instant speed. That looks good, B. Salt Road Pack Beast, 5 and a white for a common 4/3, but costs 1 less for each creature you control. When this creature enters, draw a card. So where would I be most happy with this? If you have 2 creatures, you pay 4 mana. This becomes a 4th redraw card, which is fine. I guess if you're mobilizing, the dream is you attack with a mobilizer, make a bunch of 1/1s, just to make this cheaper. Try to get it down to like 3 mana maybe. And then it's okay. It's still okay. C-. An effect I like a bit more. Last white card is Twin Maw Stormbrood. 5 and a white, uncommon dragon. So it's a 5/4 flying. When it enters, you gain 5 life. And of course, has an omen of 1 and a red. Charming Bite. Deal 5 damage to target creature without flying. That is significantly better. Like, that is a okay dragon for later on. Gain 5 life is a lot, and it's a 5/4 flyer, but the omen of just deal 5 damage to something for only 2 mana at sorcery speed is... that's good. So B for Twin Maw Stormbrood. What are white's best commons? I don't know if that even matters anymore with modern Magic, dude. I feel like uncommons just matter more than ever before. I mean, Stormplane Detainment is definitely one. Like, we live in the play booster era where you just could open a pack and have 6 uncommons in there. Who gives a shit? Because it's kind of hard to say for white, just because there really isn't that many white cards because of all the multicolor stuff. Yeah, I don't know. But the Banishing Light reprint is the best one. Moving on. Blue! Dragonstorm Forecaster. Blue for 0/3 uncommon. 2 tap, search your library for a card named Dragonstorm, Globe, or Boulderborn Dragon, reveal it and put it into your hand. I assume those are other cards in this set. So it's basically fucking worthless unless you have those cards. And if you have those cards, like fucking D+, I guess? I don't know. Build around D? I'm just gonna move on. Humbling Elder. Hey, Granny. Blue for a 1/2. Flash. When this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Okay, we're bringing back these effects. I don't mind these little, like, body that comes with a little combat trick. Sure. C. Ringing Strike Mastery. Blue for an enchantment aura. I did see this one. So it's only blue. It's an aura that taps down an enchanted creature and makes it so it does not untap during the controller's untap step. But the enchanted creature has pay 5, untap this creature. Is blue trying to be aggro? What the fuck am I looking at? I mean, it can tax your opponent's mana quite nicely even into the late game. But in the late game, if they got nothing else to do with it, like, they can just... you can just pay it. And what makes it even scarier is that if you... in the late game, you're basically giving something of theirs pseudo-vigilance. That's a weird one. To me, it reads aggressive... leaning card, because you want to tap their stuff down for something cheap and get your hits in. It also only costs a single blue, so it's easy to trigger the 2 spells a turn trigger. Oh man, but yeah, that's a weird one. It's like an aggressive C+, but I would not just slam dunk this in any blue deck. That's an interesting one. Yeah. Huh, alright. Spectral Denial. X and blue, uncommon instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each power creature you control with power 4 or greater. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X. That's kind of neat. We got a mana sink, or mana leak, but your big creatures makes it a little bit cheaper, so you can actually profit off of it. Yeah, Ringing Strike Mastery would trigger Prowess, correct. I like it. See? Next. Unending Whisper. Blue. Draw a card. Okay, so the blue actually has a handful of cheap cantrips to do. So maybe the flurry thing isn't as difficult to do as I thought. And then in emergency, it has Harmonize for 5 and a blue. Run it back. Okay. C-. Sorcery speed makes it a little less exciting, but still. Wingspan Stride, blue for another enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. And you pay 2 and a blue to return this aura to its owner's hand. Blue for +1/+1 has flying. And then you can return it in case you want to move it to something else or if you're worried about your creature dying. I'll still give it a C just because that's another really cheap spell with relevant text. Again, C, mostly a Jeskai card. I wouldn't slam dunk this in any blue deck. But I wouldn't prioritize this over most. Agent of Kotis, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 human rogue. Yep. But it has Renew. 3 and a blue to exile this from your graveyard to give a creature 2 +1/+1 counters. Is it always 2 +1/+1 counters? Yeah, I mean it's a 2-drop that can give you a little bit of value later on. Like another C. Dispelling Exhale. Oh, this is the other dragon card. Oh, that art's kind of upsetting. 1 and a blue for common instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may behold a dragon. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2, but if you beheld a dragon, they have to pay 4. Oh, counters any spell though. That makes it a little bit better than the Spectral Interference we just had. I'd be happy playing it. It's probably still a C. C+ if you got a Dargon. Fresh Start. 1 and a blue for another aura. Flash, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets -5/-0 and loses all abilities. That's cool artwork too. All the artwork in this set has just been really, really good. I've been really digging a lot of the artwork. I like that it makes them lose all abilities. But they could still have a thick ass. For the most part, it's a combat trick, I would say. But then it also has a little bit of the flexibility of letting you deal with something that you wouldn't be able to deal with otherwise. Like if they have a dragon with a perpetual effect or something, and you just want to be able to shut that down. But if you play this on big stuff and you still leave them like a 0-4 or 0-5 or 0-6, like you still need to find a way to get past that, and they just have a permanent thick ass blocker. So just keep that in mind. So it's still a C because of that, but you know. Rolling Dragonstorm, 1 of blue. Oh, this is their enchantment that you can bring back. So when this enchantment enters, draw 2 cards, discard a card. And then when a dragon you control enters, return this. I like this one more because I like drawing cards. C+. And if you don't have a Dargon, it's still a Charter Course at least. C+. Stillness in Motion. It's a rare 1 and a blue for enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, exile this enchantment and put 5 cards from your graveyard on top of your library in any order. Look, there's Jace with loot. And Elspeth, who cares? Also, I hate that Wizards keeps trying to make loot a thing. Stop it. No one cares about your fucking 5 years too late Grogu. Um... It's an F. But, like, I think there's build-around potential here. We saw some Delve cards. We saw some stuff that wants to be in the graveyard, so that's possible. It's one of those things where I don't know if that juice is worth the squeeze. But for the most part, this is an F. And I'm going to stick with an F. For brevity. But I could see a world where someone makes it work. When loot is off screen, everyone should be asking, where's loot? Taigam, Master Opportunist. 1 in a blue for a Mythic 2/2. Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it. Then exile the spell you cast with 4 time counters on it. It gains Suspend. Whoa. That's trippy. So, your copied one resolves. Sorry, your copy gets resolved, but the one you initially cast gets suspended for 4 turns. That's still pretty good. Because, like, you get the cast off of it, but then 4 turns later, it just kind of gets cast again for free. I sense shenanigans. But it really wants that flurry, which shouldn't be too hard. Probably still like a B+ for Taigam. Not quite at A level, but B+ shenanigans. Teamer Devotee, 1 in a blue for a 3/3 defender, classic blue card, but can also do the Teamer mana fixing thing. Yep, right, D. Ureni's Rebuff, 1 in a blue for an uncommon sorcery. Return target creature to its owner's hand. With Harmonize, 5 in a blue. A sorcery speed unsummoned, but it does have Harmonize. No. This is like a D card. The problem with when you get these blue cards that bounces something back to your opponent's hand, whether it's at instant speed or sorcery or whatever. The main thing you want to do with these cards, like if you are casting that, it needs to be done in such a way that you are getting a card out of that bounce. For example, you get into combat, your opponent's got a creature, you got a creature, and your opponent goes to cast a combat trick on their creature. Using your sorcery, your bounce spell to bounce their creature or use it to return your own to save it makes their combat trick worthless. That's you getting a card out of it. You blanked their card and you still got your whatever value. But if they just have like a 3/4 down and you're like, ha, bounce it. Now I have to recast it. Got him. That's putting you at a pretty hard card disadvantage. So this being at sorcery speed, it already costs 2. And I guess like the idea is you cast it and then you harmonize and cast it again right away, but still at sorcery speed. I don't like this. This is a D. And not really one I'm looking to put in any deck. Veteran Ice Climbers! 1 in a blue uncommon, 1/3 vigilance that can't be blocked. And when this creature attacks, up to 1 target player mills cards equal to this creature's power. This seems like something where you want to target yourself. Because a mill of 1 isn't really going to help your opponent. But milling yourself to set up your blue, green, black deck could be better. So in that case, like that's the kind of deck that wants it. Otherwise, it's just kind of okay. C+. Dragonologist. 2 and a blue for a rare human wizard, 1/3. When this creature enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant, sorcery, or Dargon and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Untapped Dargons you control have hexproof. Ooh, no, that's a good card. That's one I like. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Everybody, that's a good one. That's a 3-mana 1/3 that draws you a card. Top 6 is quite a bit. And it allows you to protect your dragons. Yeah, I'm in for Dragonologist. B+. Again, not a B, an A, because she doesn't like win the game instantly when you cast her, but that's a lot of value. Yeah, B+ for Dragonologist. Very good. Essence Anchor. 2 and a blue for an uncommon artifact to begin your upkeep. Surveil 1. Tap. Create a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token, but activate only if a card left your graveyard, only during your turn, and only if a card left your graveyard this turn. Okay, so this is a kind of a payoff for the delve stuff, a payoff for the renew stuff, a payoff for the revivify stuff. And you make zombies. Don't say goatsy. Come on. So because of that, this does have a build around grade. It is a build around C+. Because if you don't have like the make things leave your graveyard stuff, this doesn't do anything. Like you're not going to put this in your Jeskai deck. But in your Sultai, yeah. Next, Highspire Bellringer. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 flyer. The second spell you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast. Okay. I don't hate that, see? Obviously wants to go in a very specific kind of deck. Kishla Trawlers. 2 and a blue for an uncommon 3/2. When this creature enters, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. When you do, target creature return instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, okay. Don't mind that either. This gives you a card leaves your graveyard effect twice. Because you exile a creature card, and then you also get to return an instant or sorcery back to your hand. I like it. It's a C+. It's not a turn 3 play. Like on turn 3, it's just a 3/2, which is not great. But later on, gets you some value. That could very easily set you up a double spell as well. I like it, C+. Sibsig Appraiser. 2 and a blue for a 2/1. When this creature enters, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them to your hand and the other into your graveyard. That is a 3-mana 2/1 that draw a card. It doesn't fly like a fucking angel from Streets of New Capenna. But still good. See? Wingblade Disciple. That looks cool. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 uncommon flyer with flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell, make a 1/1 white bird with flying. Hell yeah. Not quite Murmuring Mystic, but it's getting there. And those cards usually end up being pretty good. Like, making tokens gets super annoying. Probably build around B-. Because you got to be able to cast your second spells. If you're not doing that, this is like a C-. But B-, I'm going to say for it. Winter Night Stories. 2 and a blue for a rare sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. And has Harmonize. Supreme Divination. Good. B. Yeah, it's a B. Aegis Sculptor. 3 and a blue for an uncommon 2/3 flyer with Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is another way of enabling making stuff leave your graveyard, and then this is just a flyer that can get bigger. Like, you want at least one trigger of this, because a 3/4 flyer with Ward 2 is quite good. A 2/3 flyer that doesn't do anything else, significantly less good. But still very playable. That's a C+ card. Naga Fleshcrafter, 3 in a blue for a rare. You may have this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield. With Renew. Exile this, put a +1/+1 counter on target non-legendary creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of that creature until end of turn. That's funny. Is it good though? I don't know if it is. Because we've had these clone cards before. It's always 3 in a blue. You copy something. And it's only as good as the best thing on your side of the battlefield. Oh no, it can't copy opponent's creatures. So there is that. That makes it a little better. And then is the renew. It has the renew option. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's probably still a B-, just for its base abilities. And then the renew, I guess it all... I mean, it could be good. Because, yeah, again, the renew part makes it so that it's only as good as your best creature on the battlefield. And has to be non-legendary. I guess it's a B-, and I'm only putting it up in the B range because it can copy your opponent's stuff. So even if, like, your side of the battlefield is Garbo, at least you can copy the best thing of theirs. Riverwalk Technique. It's like the dragon is doing that cat thing where it's like, I want scritches. And then dragon person just said the Matrix dodged it. 3 in a blue for common instant. Choose one. Owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Or counter target non-creature spell. Yeah. Some little blue interaction tempo play with a extra clause to make it a little bit better. Usually these either end up being like really, really good or just kind of, or significantly less good. For example, the this basic card in, what was it, Duskmourn was, or was it Foundations? One of the two was really good, but this kind of put on the top or bottom trip up from Ether Drift, significantly less good. But it has the counter target non-creature spell in there just in case. That's probably a C. Like, it's probably going to be just fine. Snowmelt Stag. It's 3 in a blue for a 2/5 with Vigilance. But during your turn, it's a 5/2. Pay 7 mana. This creature can't be blocked this turn. That's a D. The reason it's a D is because this doesn't help any of the deck archetypes we've seen. Like, it doesn't have a home. Like, it's not looking for double spells. It's not trying to make stuff leave the graveyard. It's not doing anything like that. It's just a guy. Maybe in sealed it's okay because then it's you can pay 7 mana and just hit your opponent for 5. But yeah, D for Snowmelt Stag. Ambling Stormshell. Oh, another turtle. 3 blue for a rare turtle. It's a 5/9 with Ward 2? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, but whenever this creature attacks, put 3 stun counters on it and draw 3 cards. Whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature. It's so stupid. How many turtles are in this format? We saw some. I mean, that is a big boy. 5/9? Even if you never attack with them, like, that's a big blocker. And it's got Ward 2, making it extra annoying for your opponent to deal with. And if you ever get the opportunity, you can basically make the attack and just get the 3 cards out of it. He is the only turtle in the set. That can't be. We saw the turtle shop. If he's the only turtle, I have no idea if this guy's good or not. C+, I guess? Mostly for the meme potential. Like, that's a big wall. Use your own aura to untap him. I mean, it's got the stun counter, so if you pay 5 mana, you're just removing a stun counter, though. I mean, it's still C+, because that's a big wall, hard to deal with, and then in an emergency, you can just have him turtle up and draw 3 cards. Sure, that's really funny. I love it. Constrictor Sage, 4 and a blue for Snake Mommy. It's a 4/4. When this creature enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Big Frostlinks. And then it has Renew for 2 and a blue to tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. I've always liked these kind of cards. Those are snitties, yes. I was always a fan of Frostlinks, and this is a bigger version of it. And if it dies, you can still just tap something. I like her. C+. Again, doesn't really have a home, because what blue deck really wants it and what's it forwarding, but it's a fine effect. Focus the Mind. 4 and a blue for a common instant. This spell costs 2 less if you cast another spell this turn. Draw 3 cards, then discard a card. Yeah, the card draw spell. See? God, this art is so fucking good. Ice Ridge Serpent. Look how cool this guy looks. Put him in Monster Hunter. 4 and a blue for a common 3/3. When this creature enters, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Oh, man. I like these kinds of blue creatures, too. Like these bounce boys, like Big Fin Bouncer, Mana War. But at 5 mana for just a 3/3. Oh, man. I think it's going to be a little too expensive and a little understated for it to be good. Which makes me sad because I like these kinds of cards. D+ for Ice Ridge Serpent. Whirlwing Stormbrood. A Dargon. 4 and a blue for 4/3 uncommon flash flying. You may cast sorceries and dragons as though they had flash. All right. But it also has the Omen for 2 and a green, dynamic soar. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. So the sorcery Omen on this is pretty bad. And the main Dargon seems pretty bad. Not awful. It's like a C-. I mean, your best payoff for this is being able to cast Dragons with Flash. If they destroy the target in response, you also lose the dragon, I assume? Correct. Because the spell fizzles, so it puts the whole thing in the graveyard. That's why the sorcery is so bad, because it's a sorcery speed. I'm going to say C- for Whirlwing Stormbrood, and I'm not looking to play the Omen part of it at all. Bewildering Blizzard, 4 blue for an uncommon instant. Draw 3 cards. Creatures your opponents control get -3/-0 until end of turn. For 6 mana? Look how expensive these things are. Are we actually slowing down limited after a couple of years of like turbo speed? I mean, it's like a D+. It's a decent way of buying you the time. Like, it shrinks all your opponent's stuff, and you get to draw 3 cards and try to stabilize. It's expensive, though, so D+. Durger Island Durgan. 5 and a blue for a common 4/4 flying with Ward 2. But it does have the omen of Skimming Strike, 1 and blue instant. Tap target creature, draw a card. It cantrips itself. I think I like this more than the 4/3 flash, but that's still pretty expensive. I mean, it's still a D. It's still a D. It's a expensive Dargon that isn't big enough. And finally, last one, Meringue River Regent. 4 blue for a rare dragon. That's a 6/7. That's a little more like it. And when this creature enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to its owner's hands. It's a 4 blue for a 6/7 flyer that bounces 2 things? Fuck yeah, bro. And it has an omen, Coil and Catch, 3 and a blue instant, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. There's a lot of blue, draw 3, discard a card. Huh. I love them. This is good. Like if you're just missing land drops or something and you just need to do some card draw, he gives you that. But other than that, like 6 mana, 6/7 flyer. This is my favorite. I think Meringue River Regent is an A. Simply because like that is quite the stat line, that flyer. And bouncing away 2 of your opponent's things is kind of nuts. Yeah, A for Meringue River Regent. Hell yeah. Alright, moving on to black. Again, trying to go through these pretty quick so this isn't a 8-hour long video. The next Caustic Exhale. Another dragon breath attack. Black. Instant. Common. As an additional cost to cast the spell, behold a dragon or pay 1. So you either have a dragon that costs a single black or it costs 1 and a black. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. That is so good. That's super good. Easy P. Like, that is cheap, efficient removal. Like, 2 mana -3 is, like, yeah, damn. B for Caustic Exhale. Desperate Measures, black, uncommon instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards. So this leaves you card neutral. Because you spend this card. Sorry, +1/-1. I think I said +1/+1. It gives you +1/-1. It leaves you card neutral. Because you spend this card to target your own creature, and then when your creature dies, so that's 2 of your cards in the graveyard, then you draw 2. So it's not a huge bonus. However, if you mobilize in some like 1/1 tokens, you can then cash in one of those tokens that get sacrificed anyway and draw 2 cards off of that. And then maybe in weird instances, you can actually make your 3/3 go up to a 4 power and take something out. It can be used to also -1 one of your opponent's creatures, just in case, but you only get the 2 cards if it's one of your creatures that dies. I think for the most part, I would use this to just attack in with a mobilized creature, and when your opponent just goes to like chump block one of the tokens, you just Desperate Measures the token and exchange it in for cards. That's probably going to be the main play pattern for it, and with that, I think it'd be pretty good. C+ for Desperate Measures. Worthy Cost. Look how fucking cool this art is. It's gonna stab him in the mouth. Black sorcery common. Oh, it's another one of these. Sack as an additional cost to cast the spell. Sack a creature. Exile target creature or planeswalker. So the exile effect certainly helps, because we've seen how much the graveyard matters. And black's gonna have some tokens. There's gonna be a lot of token stuff. This is probably gonna be pretty good. See. Let's all game. Thanks for the resub. Abzan Devotee, 1 and a black for 2/1. Oh, interesting. So it's got the Abzan fixing, where you can use it to filter one of your cards, one of your mana to white, black, or green. But it also has 2 and a black. Return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Which makes the leaves of graveyard cards It helps with that. Neat. It's probably still like a D+. But yeah. Alchemist's Assistant? That is a baboon. 1 black for 2/1 uncommon lifelink. Okay. But with Renew. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put a lifelink counter on target creature. Sure. You're right, it's not a baboon. That's a mandrill. Not a spark in sight. Monkey. Monkey. That's good. See? Yeah. Alicia's Legacy. Oh, fuck. Look how cool this art is, too. She's charging in and just getting Boromired. It's a common instant, 1 black. Target creature you control gains Death Touch and Indestructible till end of turn. It's not quite a maximum overdrive like we had in Ether Drift, because that card left you with a +1/+1 counter. And this one does not. And that's kind of a huge difference. That said, it's still a like perfectly fine, serviceable combat trick. It's probably going to be like a D+. Just know that this will not perform as well as Maximum Overdrive and won't be as good. Corroding Dragonstorm. This is the black enchantment, an uncommon. 1 black. When this enchantment enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Surveil 2. That's not bad. C+. Delta Bloodflies. 1 black for a 1/2 flyer common. Whenever this creature attacks, if you control a creature with a counter on it, each opponent loses 1 life. That's a little more on the clunky side. We've seen a lot of stuff where black wants counters. And if you have it, then this is like just a perfectly fine C- level card. But since you may not always have a counter, this is probably going to be more like a D+, dude. Yeah, I'm going to say D+ for Delta Bloodflies. It just doesn't... It's a little understated. If it was a 1/3, I'd like it a little bit more, but otherwise it's going to be just a little vulnerable. Krumar Initiate. 1 black for an uncommon 2/2. You can pay X and a black, tap it, pay X life. This creature endures X. Oh, that's kind of fun. A 2/2 for 2, and you can dump mana and your own life into it to either make him massive, or you just make a big ol' spirit. Activate only as a sorcery. But you could do it more than once. You could just keep making 1/1s. Huh. I like them. B. Obviously, it's going to get weaker as the game goes on, and you have less and less life total. But if you're dropping them on 2, and you just keep making 2/2s with it, I'd be happy. B for Krumar Initiate. The Rot Curse Rakshasa. 1 black. Oh god, for a mythic 5/5 trample, but it has decayed, so it can't block, and if it attacks, you have to sacrifice it at the end of combat. So it's a 1-time 5/5 trampler. But it has Renew. X black. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put a decayed counter on each of X target creatures. Oh! That's fascinating. I mean, a 5/5 on turn 2, like, that's going to get in for damage. And then you exile it from your graveyard and you just start decaying all of your opponent's stuff. That's fascinating. Because more importantly, when they're decayed, they can't block. And if your opponent attacks with them, they die? I assume it's an A? I'm not 100% sure on that because I'd be really curious to see how it actually plays out, but that is a fascinating play pattern. Yeah. Just fascinating. Okay. Huh. Sidisi, Regent of the Mire, is a rare 1/3 for 1 and a black. Tap, sacrifice a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. Return target creature card with mana value X +1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. What's that, I keep forgetting the green card that you, like, sack something and you search your deck for mana value +1 of that and put it on. Birthing Pod, thank you, yes. So it's like Birthing Pod, but only for your graveyard. I mean, I don't like Birthing Pod very good, and I think this seems even weaker than that. And it's only at sorcery speed. I mean, I guess it's a C. You can do some cute stuff with it, because we had some of the stuff that is like undying and can be returned to hand and all that. I guess it's a C, but I don't really love it. Sinkhole Surveyor. 1 black for a rare Bird Scout, 1/3 flyer. And when this creature attacks, you lose 1 life, and this creature endures 1. Ooh. Now that I like. A 1/3 flyer is great. And then whenever it attacks, you just start making spirits and you make that bigger. I like that. B. Strategic Betrayal. 1 black for an uncommon sorcery. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. Interesting. So it's like an edict effect, but he's exile the fuck out of them? This is probably a sideboard card against when you're playing against people who have like decks that care about the graveyard. But this could also be a kind of a strong early aggressive card. If they get like their first creature down and you just make them sack it. Yeah, probably still sideboard. It's a sideboard C, though. Unburied Earthcarver. 1 black for 2/2 at common. And you can pay 2, sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It gives you something to do with all those tokens that are just going to die. And also gets you the +1/+1 counters that black cares about. That's solid, see? Aggressive Negotiations. 2 black for a common sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. Choose a non-land card from it and exile it. Put a +1/+1 counter up to 1 target creature you control. I think we had a card like this before. With the way this works out is if you're if for some reason this whiffs and you can't exile anything out of your opponent's hand, you still get a +1/+1 counter out of it. That's a little better than usual. Not really worth it then. I'd rather just have this like attached to like a body, like a 1/1 even. But it's a little better than normal for these effects. D+ for Aggressive Negotiations. Avenger of the Fallen. 2 black for a rare 2/1 with Death Touch. Oh, sorry, 2/4. But it has Mobilize X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. That's funny. So this could get to be like a Mobilize like 4 or 5. That'd be annoying. And it's a 2/4. At 3. So it actually makes it a pretty good blocker and attacker. I like them. Not busto good, but I like them. Probably a B+. Dragon's Prey. 2 black for common instant. This spell costs 2 more to cast if it targets a dragon. Destroy target creature. So it's like a murder variant, but easier to cast. It makes sense if it targets a dragon, because it's hard to make dragons into prey. But that's a solid removal spell. Yeah, see. That's fine. 3 mana, kill something. And if it's a Dargon, like it'll cost more, but it'll still kill it. See. Kintree Nurturer is 2 and a black for 2/1 common with lifelink, but when this creature enters, it endures 1. So it's a 3/2 lifelink for 3, or a 2/1 and a 1/1. Less exciting. C-. A 3/2 lifelink for 3 is just not... That's just not good enough anymore. That used to be exciting. Oops. Honor Lionheart, thanks for the resub. How do I like this set? I mean, I'm still going through it. But art-wise, it looks awesome. And for a lot of stuff I'm seeing, I'm more excited for this than I have been for, Jesus Christ, all of 2024. Yeah, I feel like... We're going to go on a tangent for a second. Come along with me. I feel like aesthetically and mechanically, everything I'm seeing in this set strikes my fancy more than every single set that came out last year. Which is wild. Because last year we had the Murder Mystery set. And Duskmorn, which was also pretty murdery. Bloomborough was okay. Like, the animals were cute. You know, didn't really hit me too hard. Foundations was okay. I don't even remember what the other sets were last year. Oh, it was like Modern Horizons? I didn't play Modern Horizons 3 at all because fuck that. But yeah, last year was weird and they just kind of get wacky and they're like, what if we went to Ghostbusters plane? Oh, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Yeah, that's right. We had Wild West plane. Yeah, Yeah. Everything about here I like, so far I like more than everything they gave us last year. Which, man, that feels like it's saying something. People are calling them hat sets. Because everyone's wearing a hat? Holy shit, you're right. Detective hats, cowboy hats, animal hat, murder hat. Fuck. I can't dispute it. Oh, NASCAR hat? Oh. Yeah, I mean, yep, I didn't like the hats. That's the easiest way to describe it. No hats. Okay, moving on. This looked way better, and I'm excited for it. And then immediately after this is going to be Final Fantasy, which again is thankfully at least swords and sorcery fantasy stuff that fits the Magic theme. What, NASCAR hat? The last set was all about vehicle racing. Moving on. Nightblade Brigade. Some goblins. 2 and a black for a 1/3 death touch with Mobilize 1. And when this creature enters, Surveil 1. I like it. Yeah, that's a 1/3 death touch. That surveils 1. Sure. C+. Carsey Revenant, 1 black for a rare 3/3 flying death touch lifelink. Oh no! Vampire Nighthawk! No! Not like this! It's Vampire Nighthawk, but it just has an extra point of power. Vampire Nighthawk has been powered out. More like Vampire Shithawk. And this has Renew. 2 and a black, exile this card from your graveyard. Put a flying counter, a death touch counter, and a lifelink counter on target creature. Bruh. I thought maybe you get to pick one. Nope, you get all 3. That's nuts. I feel like B is too low for this, so I have to default to an A. Low A, like A minus, but man, that's strong. Pour one out for Vampire Nighthawk. Bad day. The Sib-Sig Ceremony. God, the artwork is so cool. Black, black, black. Legendary enchantment. Creature spells you cast cost 2 less. And whenever a creature you control enters, if you cast it, kill it. And then make a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token instead. Fucking what? F? There's a lot of F's for this. It costs triple black, F. Makes all your better stuff worse, F. Like, they basically get their enter effect, and then they just die into a 2/2. But, like, is there, like, a constructed where all you have is babies? Like, a bunch of 1/1s for 1s, and you're just rapid firing them so they become 2/2s, and then you run out of cards, and it doesn't matter anymore? Are you maybe supposed to use it with Lurrus? It kind of combos with Lurrus. F for Sib-Sig Ceremony. Unrooted Ancestor. 2 and a black for an uncommon 3/2 with flash. You can pay 1, sacrifice another creature. This creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Again, we've had these kind of effects before. It actually makes this attack in pretty well because you can attack with it and still sacrifice, say, one of your mobilized tokens to give this indestructible. It doesn't matter because it's already attacking. And then gives it some okay block potential. Yeah, this seems okay. Kind of a payoff for the mobilized stuff or going wide stuff. And it's not that great. It's fine. C+. Welcome in, Mephiles. Whale of War. I thought that was Wall of War at first. I was going to be like, cool, new wall. 2 no black for an uncommon instant. Choose one. Creatures target opponent controls get -1/-1, or return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand at instant speed? Because that's instant speed, I actually don't mind that. And then shrink your opponent stuff just in case. Dude, he's pogging. This seems good. The -1/-1 to all your opponent's stuff is actually pretty good. And if for some reason you leave this up to do that and they don't play into it, you can just get 2 creature cards back instead. I like it. See. Yathan Tomb Guard. Like your Shadow Sword. 2 and a black for an uncommon 2/3 with Menace. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. Ooh. That's a payoff for having all the counters on it, because it's whatever a creature, not a creature or more. So if you hit him with 3 creatures with +1/+1 counters, you draw 3 cards and lose 3 life. That seems very good to me. And this itself has Menace, so it's a great target to give a counter. Menace in and draw cards. That looks good. C+. Cruel Truths. 3 and a black for a common instant. Surveil 2. Draw 2 cards. Lose 2 life. Yep. C-. That's fine. 100 Battle Veteran. 3 and a black for an uncommon zombie warrior. 4/2. As long as there are 3 or more different kinds of counters among creatures you control, this creature gets +2/+4. You may cast this creature from your graveyard. If you do, it enters with a finality counter on it. So if you have that Vampire Nighthawk improvement, this is just a 4-mana 6/6. But also, if you bring it back from your graveyard with a finality counter, that's one counter there, and then you just need 2 more. It's probably still a build around, because without the counters, I don't know, because you get to recast if you need to. It's probably still just a C, and I'm only going that high because you can just cast it from your graveyard and bring it back. Because otherwise, this would be a D just because of the low toughness, but you can recast it from the graveyard. A lot of things care about that. So C for 100 Battle Veteran. Salt Road Skirmish. 3 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Destroy target creature. Create 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens. They gain haste. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Alright, yeah, that's another. It's a sorcery speed, kill something, but it does give you 2 more tokens that you just kind of yeet in there and not give a shit about them. Is that good? It's fine. It's like another, it's a C, maybe C minus. It's a sorcery speed removal spell that's a little on the expensive side. More of a C minus. Don't worry about the tokens and just assume they won't do much for you, but... Sand Skidder Outrider. 3 and a black for a common 2/1 with menace, but when this creature enters, it endures 2. See, this one seems much less good compared to the other endure ones because I feel like he's only really good enough as if he is a 4/3 menace, and a 4/3 menace at 4 is not very good. But I guess if you like want to attack in, a 4/3 menace is pretty good, and if you need to be a defensive, it gets you 2 bodies. It's fine. D+. Yes, the big ant's name is Scratchy. Next is the Scavenger Regent. Ooh, Dargon. 3 and a black for a rare dragon. It's a 4/4 flyer with ward, discard a card. I'm already in love. But he also has that omen, X black black. Each non-dragon creature gets -X until end of turn. Dude. A 4/4 flyer for 4 with ward, discard a card is great. But then he also has a potential built-in board wipe. Yeah, bro. Hey. He's a good one. Dragon or Bat Croc? He has arms. So Dargon. The wings are a little batty, though. I do like how they make the light go through the wings, though. That's a neat effect. Yeah, I like Scavenger Region a lot. Hey. I think that... If I actually played Standard, this would be a card I'd want to play in Standard. But, quite frankly, fuck Standard. And fuck Wizards. Venerated Stormsinger. 3 and a black for an uncommon 3/3 with mobilize 1. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That's super annoying with the mobilized creatures, because this doesn't even have to attack to do it, but it has the mobilized built in just so you can. Yeah, that'd be annoying. C+. Juronic, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. No bans today. There's bans in Modern. Did you guys watch the Arena Championships over the weekend? Of course not. No one did. But the top 8 was 7 standard decks. The format was Explorer. Mono red. What the fuck? It's so stupid. Adorned Crocodile. That Crocodile's got a fancy outfit on. 4 and a black for a common 5/3, but when the creature dies, you get a 2/2 zombie. And renew for a single black to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Yeah. That's a guy that dies into another guy. And then you can make the zombie into a 3/3. Yeah, that's all fine stuff. D+. Purging Storm Brood. Another dragon. 4 and a black for a 4/4 uncommon. With flying. Ward, pay 2 life. When this creature enters, remove all counters from up to 1 target creature. That's kind of an extra bonus. I mean, a 5 mana 4/4 flyer with ward, pay 2 life is still solid. But it does have the omen of 1 and a white instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and lifelink and hexproof until end of turn. That's a good combat trick. Make something big to win the fight. You gain life. You can even use it, the hexproof clause to help protect one of your guys. This is a good Dargon. This is more of like a B- dragon. Next is a Feral Death Gorger. Another dragon. 5 and a black for a common 3/5 flyer Death Touch. And when this creature enters, exile up to 2 cards from a single graveyard. Nah. And his omen is 1 and a black. Put a +1/+1 counter and up to 1 target creature. Draw a card. Yeah. For 6 mana, like, that's a weirdly defensive card. I'd rather it be a big Dargon that's hitting them and winning. I think that's a D, dude. D. And final black card is Gurmag Rakshasa. 4 black for Demon. It's a 5/5 menace and uncommon. When this creature enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. That's a guy. Again, doesn't really fit anything, but can potentially kill one of your opponent's creatures and set up one of your things to be able to get in. Sure. Still like a C. Alright, that is all for black. I think I got through all of that in like 25 minutes. I'm trying to go fast because, again, it's late and I want to be able to eat. Alright, let's move on to red. Channeled Dragonfire. Red, sorcery, uncommon. Deal 2 damage to any target. Harmonize for 5 red. Good. That's good. It's a sorcery speed shock, but more importantly, that is a cheap card in order for the Jeskai stuff. That's fine. See. Fleeting Effigy. Red is an uncommon. Oh my, what's an uncommon 2/2 with haste? Oh, at the beginning of end step, return this creature to its owner's hand. And it also has 2 and a red to activate it to give it +2/+0 until end of turn. That sure is an aggressive card. There's some other card that was like this. It was like a 2/2 haste for red, but you had to bring it back to your hand at the beginning of each end step, and it still like beat ass. The problem with this reinforced run from Kamigawa, yeah, that sounds right. The problem with this is that it basically does nothing for you defensively. So it's like if you don't cast this on turn 1, then it sucks. But in your aggressive slanting deck, this is a C+. Stadium Headliner. Is that dwarf flooring a goblin? Red for a rare 1/1 goblin warrior with mobilize 1. Pay 1 and a red, sacrifice this creature. Deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature. Oh, I see. And you mobilize to kind of give it the +1 and just yeet itself onto something. That is funny. C+, whatever. I don't love it. C+. Wild Ride. Red, common sorcery. Target creature gets +3/+0 and haste until end of turn. Has Harmonize for 4 and a red. Your second spell activation. I prefer the one that kind of cantrip and replace themselves, and this one doesn't really do it. I mean, it kind of does with Harmonize, but not exactly the way you want to do it. Yeah, that's fine. D. It's a way of getting that second spell, but there are certainly better options than it. I like that they're snowboard fighting, though. That rules. Cory Steel Cutter. A rare equipment, 1 or red. Equipped creature has +1/+1 and has trample and has haste. And whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you make a 1/1 monk creature token with prowess, and you may attach this equipment to it. The equip cost is 1 in a red. So that's a little better. It doesn't equip itself, but if you can double spell, you're just making 1/1s. It doesn't have to even be equipped to make the 1/1s. You can just do it. I like this one a little bit more. It's not crazy good. But I do like the token generation off of it. How much? Not a crazy amount. It's like C+ level. The Devoted Duelist, 1 in a red for a common 2/1 with haste. And then whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah. The deal 1 damage thing hasn't really paid off super well lately. D. It's filler. Fire Rim Form, 1 in a red for a common aura. Flash enchanted creature. When it enters, enchanted creature gets first strike until end of turn, and enchanted creature gets +2/+L. Basically a combat trick. But you really don't want to play this unless your opponent blocks, or you are blocking and you can like take out one of their cards. And it just kind of ends up being, it's playable, but you're not excited about it. D for Fire Rim Form. Jeskai Devotee. So this is the Jeskai one. Yeah, 1 in a red for 2/2, and you can filter for Jeskai mana. But then whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. 2/2 for 2 with very minor upside. D. Red is not impressive so far. Molten Exhale. This is the red Dragon Breath attack. 1 in a red for a sorcery. You may cast the spell as though it had flash if you behold a dragon. Deal 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Okay, deal 4 for 2 is really good, even at sorcery speed. And if you have the dragon, you can do it at instant. It gets even better. All right, easily the best red card so far. And that's like a C+ red card. Reverberating Summons. 1 in a red for an uncommon enchantment. At the beginning of each combat, if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, this enchantment becomes a 3/3 monk with haste. 1 in a red, discard your hand, sacrifice this enchantment, draw 2 cards. That sure is a way of doing the enchantment becomes a creature for the turn thing that we've seen before. The casting 2 spells makes it kind of tough. Like, because that makes it want to be very aggressive. And then, I mean, I don't mind the fact that once you like cast all your spells to like keep activating this and attacking as a 3/3 and all that, and then your hand is just empty, you can then just exchange this in to draw a couple of cards. Yeah, I guess I like the sacrifice part of it, and then I think the making it to a 3/3 is just going to be a sometimes thing. It's like a C- because of that. Like I don't think it's crazy good. Sarkhan, what up, dude? 1 in a red for a 2/2 legendary human druid at rare. When Sarkhan enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, make a treasure. Whenever a dragon you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Sarkhan. Until end of turn, Sarkhan becomes a dragon in addition to its other types and gains flying. Ah, hell yeah. He's kind of a build-around card. If you don't have any dragons, this is a 2 for 2 for 2. Oh, bro, Sarkhan D's nuts. Got him. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Reverberating Summons, like, this isn't, like, the most common thing to activate to make into a 3/3, which I don't love. Like, I can see the perfect world where it works, but for the most part, I don't think I'd really play it. Sarkhan's back. It is a build-around. It's like a build-around, what? C+, I guess. If you already have a dragon in the hand, you get the treasure token just to make it a little easier to cast that dragon sooner. Build around C+ for Sarkhan. Fascinating. Shock Brigade, 1 in a red for 1/3 menace and mobilize 1. Yeah, that's another D, isn't it? Huh. I am not loving red so far. Moving on. Shocking Sharpshooter. I'm going to do it. Guess it's a reach creature that pings. 1 in a red for 1/3 with reach. Whenever another creature you control enters. Oh, whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. Okay. I thought maybe it was going to be the double spell thing, but no, this actually makes it so that if you have this down and you mobilize in, you like guarantee a damage against the opponent. That's a Mardu payoff. Yeah, so this is like a mobilize kind of a build around. And it's solid for that. Yeah, like C+. You're not going to want to throw this in just any red deck just to get that extra 1 damage. This is really going to work best in your mobilize decks that's making a lot of dudes. Welcome to the stream, Dorito. Sunset Strike Master, 1 in a red for an uncommon 3/1. It has tap, add red mana. But it also has 2 in a red, tap it, sacrifice this creature, deal 6 damage to target creature with flying. Red ramp? What the fuck? Less ramp, but more a means to making sure you have the mana to be able to do the double spell thing for Jeskai. And I think that's where it's going to find its biggest home. But then also just has the escape clause of kill a dragon. Oh, I like this one. C+ for Sunset Strike Master. Yeah, that's cool. Next is Twin Bolt. 1 in a red for an instant, deal 2 damage, divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. Yep. I actually think this is going to be really good. We've seen a lot of X and 1 creatures, so this is going to have stuff that it can kill. It can also just go to face if you really need to. And in an emergency, you kill some of the mobilized tokens. Not ideally, but you could. I actually think this will be good. See. Overwhelming Surge, 2 in a red for uncommon instant. Choose 1 or both. Deal 3 damage to target creature or destroy a non-creature artifact. There are mana rocks in this set. There's like the 3 mana artifacts that taps for the Jeskai or the Teamer or the whatever 3 color mana. So 3 mana deal something 3 is a little expensive, but playable. And then if you happen to pop one of their artifacts on top of it, that's just a bonus. Still C. C just because it's a little expensive, but man, if you can hit there, if they play like one of the mana rocks and you get to pop that, that would feel really good. A rescue leopard! Oh my god! Aww! He's adorable! I love him! This is the weirdest Metal Gear boss, by the way. Rescue leopard. 2 in a red for a 4/2 common cat. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Yeah. Is there a way of tapping it that isn't combat? I don't know. There's not really any vehicles, so not that. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, I guess it works well with Harmonize, actually. Yeah, this could actually be like a kind of a cool Harmonize, because 4 power is a lot off of 3 mana. Like a C- still. Like the 2 toughness is not a lot, but I think in a Harmonize deck, being able to replay something but also rummage, I think that's where you're going to find its biggest home for it. And Harmonize was what? Red, green, blue? C minus. Seize opportunity. 2 and a red for a common instant. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until end of your next turn, you may play those cards, or up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+1 until end of turn. So a combat trick when you need it. Some card advantage. Should that not be available. Yeah, those are okay. It's probably still like a C- level card. Just because only giving +1 toughness isn't the best, but it has the escape clause of at least letting you draw a couple extra cards. I wouldn't feel great about spending a card slot on this, but you can. C-. Tersa Light Shatter. 2 and a red for a legendary orc wizard at rare. 3/3 with haste. When Tersa Light Shatter enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. And then whenever Tersa Light Shatter attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, exile a card at random from your graveyard. You may play that card this turn. So 3/3 haste for 3 that allows you to discard up to 2 and then draw that many. And if you have a bunch in your graveyard, sometimes you can just play something from your graveyard for 3. That can be lands. The downside being that, you know, sometimes you get something random and it's a fucking land. She shat all that light. Yeah, she did. It's a 3/3 haste for 3. There's going to be a lot of decks that want it. That look good. Probably a B. B because I also like the I like the rummage off of it. I don't know how often you'll get to do the exile a card at random thingy, but if that happens, neat. But for the most part, it's a 3/3 haste for 3. So more excited to do that in an aggro deck than a wait until I have a bunch of cards in my graveyard deck. Underfoot Underdogs. 2 and a red for a 1/2, but when this creature enters, you make a 1/1 red goblin creature with it. Pay 1, tap, target creature control with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. I don't really love this one either. I mean, it goes wide, but I don't think that's really what you want to do. I am. Red's creatures have just seemed all really, really weak to me. I got like D for Underfoot Underdogs. I haven't seen a whole lot of creatures or that like are power 2 or less that really, really care about hitting the opponent. And sure, this can enable it, but like fucking why? Yeah, D for Underfoot Underdogs. The Unsparing Boltcaster. 2 and a red for an uncommon 3/3. When this creature enters, it deals 5 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Oh, that was dealt damage this turn. Okay. That is cool artwork. So I think again, play patterns for this is you attack with a mobilizer, and if they just block the token, you play this post combat, and then you zap the thing that blocked the token. There's potential double spell stuff here if you like twin bolt them and then you cast this to finish them off. I'll be optimistic and go C. Because I can also see like some double spell shenanigans here. Yeah, we'll see. Zurgo's Vanguard. 2 and a red for an uncommon dog soldier riding a spider. Star and a 3 with mobilize 1. This creature's power is equal to the number of creatures you control. I have never really been impressed by these kinds of cards. This is at uncommon. If it had like mobilize 2, I'd like it more because then it at least guarantees attacks in as a 3/3, but only has mobilize 1? No, I'm down on this. C- for Zurgo? All I needed was mobilize 2 and then it'd be fine. Yeah, C-. Equilibrium Adept, a dog monk. 3 in a red for an uncommon 2/4. When it enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. It has Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this creature gains double strike. And it's a 2/4 for 4 that gets you a card, helps you hit your land drops and whatnot, so that's kind of cool. I'm still not sold on the double strike, double spell stuff. But a red 4-mana 2/4 that draws a card? Yeah, alright. See? Oh, fuck, look at this guy. Magmatic Hellkite? That's a Dargon. 2 red for a rare dragon. It's a 4/5 flyer. When this creature enters, destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. Oh no. Its controller searches library for a basic land card, puts it on the battlefield, tapped with a stun counter? That's obnoxious. You stun the land? A-? 4/5 flyer for 4 is great. And in a set like this, your opponent's going to be playing double lands. The free dual lands that gain a life. And some of them are going to be playing like the 3-color lands. And if you like hit their 3-color land, damn. And the fact that you stun it, so you actually also like, what's the opposite of a ramp? Whatever that, rampant? You do that to him? That's mean. This is gonna be some constructed bullshit, isn't it? Hey, you know what? You know what red needs? What if red was just a little bit better in standard? Hear me out. A-. This is gonna be good. Meticulous Artisan, 3 in a red for a 3/3 at common with prowess. And when it enters, you make a treasure token. Okay. Slightly more treasure options. Like a C-. Rune Scale Stormbrood, that's a cool looking Dargon. 3 in a red for a 2/4 uncommon flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature or a dragon spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And it also has Chilling Screech as its omen, 1 in a blue instant. Counter target spell with mana value 2 or less. So I want to do the blue-red spells thing. How many like spells are you even really playing, and even in Jeskai colors though? Like I don't even think I've seen enough blue-red white spells that just generate a lot of creature tokens. I don't love it. I think its omen is too narrow, and then the body you get for it isn't awesome. Unless you can really make a spells matter deck that just pops off with it somehow. With one of the cantrippy stuff, then maybe. I'm not convinced. I'm gonna go C- on it. But I want to be wrong and make this a C+. But for now, C-. Summon Intimidator. It's a goddamn Yeti! 4/3 for reach for 4. When this creature enters, target creature can't block this turn. Yeah, okay. Your guy. D. There's the red secret reach creature. War Effort, 3 in a red for an uncommon enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever you attack, create a 1/1 red warrior token that's also attacking. So attacks as a 2/1. Omens are like adventures, but they're only on dragons. But more importantly, when you omen a dragon, it doesn't get exiled. You shuffle the card back into your library. So your opponent knows about the dragon and knows that it could be coming at any time. So you can't cast the omen and then cast the dragon right afterwards. It gets shuffled in. But there's a cycle of dragons that have enemy color omens on it. Not a lot of them were worth it. Breaching Dragonstorm. That looks terrifying. 4 and a red for an uncommon enchantment. When this enchantment enters, exile cards at the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast it without paying its mana cost if its spell's mana value is 8 or less. If you don't, put it into your hand. When the dragon you control enters, return this enchantment back to your owner's hand. For 5? No. That's too expensive for the effect of it. I know there's like a dream that chat wants to do. I know you fuckers want to do it. You're like, oh, what if I put the 8 mana Destroy All Creatures card or the 8 mana Magma Opus on top, and then I cast this, and I get to cast it for free? It's like, no, I mean, you're gonna hit like your cantrips. You're gonna hit your 2/2 for 2s, and it's not gonna do shit. Yeah. This actually might be an F. For the most part, I think you're just going to hit something that you're not going to want. I mean, it does say you may cast it, so you could choose not to and then put it into your hand, but you're still paying 5 mana to do that, and that just seems too much to me. I'm going to say F for Breaching Dragonstorm. Which, again, it's another one of those juice isn't worth the squeeze cards. Iridescent Tiger. 4 and a red for an uncommon 3/4 cat. When this creature enters, if you cast it, add white, blue, black, red, green to your mana pool. So that's basically worthless. I mean, you can double spell, I guess. D, it's not unplayable. Oh, but if I got the 5 mana dragon enchantment card and I cast this, then I can cast that. No, don't, chat. No. No. Absolutely not. It is a way of make sure you got the mana to double spell. Not the cleanest way to do it, but it works. D for Iridescent Tiger. Narset's Rebuke? Are you rebuking Sarkhan? 4 and a red for a common instant. Deal 5 damage to target creature. Add blue, red, white. Oh, and if that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Okay. A removal spell that gives you the mana you need to double spell. It's still pretty expensive for these, but I like that it exiles, and I like that it gives you a bit of a rebate. Probably still like a D+ level card. Since it is on the expensive side, but yeah, I like the rebate on it. At least you have something. Yeah, D+ for Narset's Rebuke. Storm Shriek Feral, 4 and a red for a 3/3 flying haste dragon. With fire breathing, 1 and a red, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. But it has the omen of 1 and a red. Discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. So it's got a thrill of possibility attached to it. At least this one's a fire breathing, so it makes it a little stronger than the other 5 mana 3/3 flyer that we had. Yeah. C-, I guess? C-. Yeah. We've seen so many other much bigger flyers than this. Next is the Stormscale Scion. 4 red for a mythic dragon 4/4. Flying. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Oh, no. And it has Storm. So Storm is when you cast this spell, if you cast any spells before you cast that one, you just get to make copies of the Stormscale Scion. No, I get it. Stormscale. No, I get it. And this already costs 6. How many other Dargons could you possibly have where you get a Dragon Lord out for 6 mana and feel good about it? But what if I play the Tiger and get Wooburg? And then I still have 1 more mana left. Specifically a mountain. And then I tap that. And then I play Stormscale Scion. And then it's like I get 2 5/5s for 6 mana. Huh? Maybe you can like bait your opponent into it, and like you go to combat or something, and your opponent casts a bunch of spells and shit, and then you play this post combat. I can't tell if this card is good. Base level on its own, without the storm, it's like a C. If you can storm it even once, then it's like a B+, because 2 5/5 flyers for 6 mana is pretty good. I just don't know how reliably you can storm this bad boy. I'll assume none. C. Final red card is Dracogenesis. 6 red for a mythic enchantment. You may cast dragon spells without paying their mana costs. F. Some fucker's gonna play this card. You're gonna go to a pre-release. Some fucker's gonna play this card and be like, what? I went to a pre-release for, which set was it? Was it Foundations? Might have been Foundations. A dude straight up, unironically, played Omniscience. And I just looked at him like, okay. It was the last card in his hand. Alright, finally we got green. Dragon Sniper. Green. Uncommon. A 1/1 Vigilance Reach Death Touch for 1? Who are we anymore? That's incredibly good. Like, you attack, your opponent doesn't want to... Well, I'm not going to block it because their thing dies. It's got reach, which takes down to all the Dargans. And it's vigilance, so you can attack anyway and just still block. Oh, Christ, dude. Dragon Sniper gets a B. I miss Magic. Alright. Snakeskin Veil. Oh, Snakeskin Veil. Reprint. Yeah. Put a +1/+1 counter card creature control against hexproof until end of turn. There are some formats where this is actually a pretty solid combat trick. Or protect your creature card. Other formats where it's not good. I actually really like this art. Like a snake is literally veiling her. That looks fucking cool. But it gives you a way if you got like one of your important Dargon cards and you cast it out and you leave a green up, like your opponent has to respect the Snakeskin Veil. So this is going to be either a D all the way up to a C, depending on the format. Based on the Dargons we've seen, I'd guess a C. Einok Wayfarer, 1 a green for a 1/1 common. When this creature enters, you may mill 3 cards. Put a land card from among them into your hand. And if you don't, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Cool, I like it. C. Sometimes you just need to make sure you're hitting your land drops, and for some reason you whiff, you still get a 2/2 out of it. C. Dragon Brood's Relic, 1 a green for an uncommon artifact. Tap an untapped creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so this lets you ramp, but it does take your creatures. And then for 3 white, blue, black, red, green, sacrifice this artifact. So 8 mana. Make a 4/4 dragon creature token named Reliquary Dragon. That's all colors. It has flying, lifelink, and when this token enters, deal 3 damage to any target. Activate only a sorcery. So even the 3 damage, you lifelink off of it. So you get to kill something and you gain 3. Dude, this costs 8 in every color. You're never going to activate that. Because you can only tap this thing for a mana once. Is it good ramp, though? It's probably worth it. If you draw this card late, though, it's going to feel really bad. I feel like it's a C- ramp card. Yeah. I'd say C-. The tapping one of your creatures is a real cost. Granted, if you just have a million of the 1/1 Vigilance Death Touchers, who gives a shit? But yeah, I guess it's like an artifact that turns any one of your creatures into a mana dork. C-. Formation Breaker. 1 green for uncommon 2/1. Creatures with power less than this creature's power can't block it. And as long as you control a creature with a counter on it, this creature gets +1/+2. That I like. It's a 2-mana 2/1. And then there are going to be games where on turn 3 that just becomes a 3/3 that can't be blocked by babies. That looks good. B. Herd Heirloom. 1 green for a rare artifact. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. So this is already better. But it also has tap until end of turn. Target creature you control with power 4 or greater gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That is so much better. B. Like, that's the kind of ramp that you're looking to you're trying to go for. Like, this on its own does the ramp that you need. Sure, you can only use it on creature spells, but your deck's going to be almost all creatures. And then you start turning your big things in to get extra cards off of it. That's awesome. Yeah. B for Herd Heirloom, maybe B+. Next is Heritage Reclamation. A common instant for 1 and a green. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard, draw a card. So you're not quite Broken Wings. You're like Broken Wings' cousin? It's still a sideboard card like Broken Wings. Mostly the deal if your opponent has meaningful artifacts, enchantments, or if their graveyard stuff matters for like Harmonize. It's a sideboard C-. Nature's Rhythm. That looks cool. It's like a wolf, like getting its body back from its bones. X green for a rare sorcery. Search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Harmonize for X green. No. Is this an F? I think this is an F. Like, you would have to pay 4 mana, 2 green, just to get a 2-drop onto the battlefield. And I know, like, with like the harmonized cost, you're like, ooh, what if I tap a big thing? Then I can go find a big thing. But it costs green. Like, that is a ridiculous casting cost, and you're almost never going to do that. Nature's Rhythm is an F. Don't play this card. Too expensive and too hard to cast. And the green Exhale. Piercing Exhale. Spitting Needles. 1 and a green for a common instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may behold a dragon. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. If a dragon was beheld, surveil to? Alright, we'll hit. So we have your instant speed Bite. And you just get the bonus of beholding a dragon to surveil 2 on top of it. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's your green Bite spell. Sometimes you get to surveil 2. Bite spells are still like C level cards, not quite C+. Because you need a creature for this to do anything. If you just have none, like, your removal spell does nothing. And it's at least instant speed, which makes it better. But yeah, C for Piercing Exhale. Sarkhan's Resolve, 1 and a green for a common instant. Choose one. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn, or destroy target creature with flying. Kill a dragon? Or make something big enough to kill something else. A modal combat trick. I like it. D+. I'd be happy sideboarding these in if my opponents are playing a lot of big dragons. And I need to win combat. The Sultai Devotee. Oh, I like that. It's like a zombie snake druid. And it's got the different colored snakes with the other mana. 1 and a green for 2/1 Death Touch. And it can filter for black, green, or blue. Solid. C+. Synchronized Charge. 1 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among creatures you control. Creatures you control with counters on them gain Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. And has Harmonize for 4 and a green. At sorcery speed. That's fine. It's only 2 mana. Like a C card. Yeah, I don't love it. What's kind of fun is you can like synchronize charge. You put the counters on something, and then you use that creature to harmonize and synchronize charge again. If you really wanted to. See. Traveling Botanist. Oh, another good boy. 1 a green for an uncommon 2/3, of course. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. I like them. I mean, you get 2/3 for 2 mana, which is just good stat-wise, and if he attacks, you can sometimes draw a card, or sometimes just surveil something into the graveyard to help making sure you're getting your lands. He looks good, C+. Undergrowth Leopard, 1 a green for a 2/2 common vigilance. 1, sacrifice this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Okay, cool. They're kind of bringing back this effect from some other green creatures. A lot of times these end up being a little bit more playable than you would think. Like, that is a fine filler creature that every now and then just has the bonus of hitting one of your opponent's things. D+. An Attuned Hunter. 2 and a green for an uncommon 3/3 human ranger. It has trample, and whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's a 3/3 trample for 3. That's a fine creature at C-. And then sometimes they'll just get bigger. C-. Champion of Dusan. Dude, nice nips. 2 and a green for a common 4/2 with trample. But also has Renew. 1 and a green, exile this from your graveyard. Put a +1/+1 counter and a trample counter on target creature. Okay, that's a little cooler. Attack ends, probably going to die. And then you can make something else bigger with the trample for later. Still kind of filler level card. D+. Knockout Maneuver. Oh, my eyes read this card wrong. But I see what's going on. Like, she's got this person in a headlock and she's like about to slam their head down. But for some reason, my brain read this as, here's her body and just one weird elongated neck to her head. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? 2 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. So a sorcery speed bite spell, but it does get a +1/+1 counter first. I think I prefer the other one because it's instant speed. And sometimes surveils. At sorcery, yeah, I mean, it gets you the counter, which again, some things care about. It's probably still going to be a fine removal spell. Just make sure you are casting this when your opponent doesn't have any mana up, so you don't get super punished. C. Krotek Nest Guard, that's gross. 2 and a green for a 4/4 defender. And you can pay 2 and a green to make this creature attack as though it didn't have defender this turn. This guy. Ah! That is a big blocker. I would play it. I wouldn't be happy, but I'd play it. If you're playing the card that what is it? Like your creatures the power 4 or more makes your stuff cost less. This is a good way to do it because it defends very well and sets you up for it. D+. Yeah, D+ card. It's definitely like a I want to make the game go late card. Roamer's Routine. That's pretty landscaping. 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Harmonize for 4 and a green. Fixing. Ramping. And you can do it twice. It's fine. C-. Sage of the Fang, 2 and a green for an uncommon 2/2. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Renew. 3 and a green. Exile this card from your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. So at the very least, you get 2. So this is a 3/3 for 3. And then when it dies, you can exchange it in later for at least 2 +1/+1 counters on one of your creatures. That doesn't seem that bad. He's like a C+ level out card on its own, and obviously he's going to get way better in your counters. Specifically +1/+1 counters deck. C+. Surak, Elusive Hunter. This guy looks fucking cool. 2 and a green for a rare 4/3. This spell can't be countered. Trample. Whenever a creature you control or a creature spell you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. Yeah, that's great. A 4/3 trample for 3. And if any of your creatures get targeted, including itself, you draw a card. And if any of your creature spells try to get countered, you draw a card. Well, that's an A. Love them. That's fun. A. Warden of the Grove. 2 and a green for a rare Hydra. It's a 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature. Ooh! So you got 3/3 for 3. Ostensibly. And if it lives, you're just going to start making all your stuff slightly bigger, or you're going to go wide and make spirits. Yeah, this actually looks really good too. This is another one of those... It's one of those cards where, like, if your opponent has to deal with it, and if they don't, this is going to snowball out of control very, very quickly for them. I think this is another A. So where are we at right now? Like, we're this far in. Red sucks and green looks nuts. Encroaching Dragonstorm, 3 and green for an uncommon enchantment. When this enchantment enters, search your library for up to 2 lands, put them into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. When a dragon you control enters, you may return this enchantment to its owner's hand. If the format is slow enough that you can play this to actually ramp up 2 lands, that could be good. Because we've seen how expensive things can be. God, I hope this format is slow enough. Or Mardu is just going to beat everyone's dicks in. Probably still just a D+, though. I think you want to be doing something more impactful with your mana at 4. D+ only because there could be expensive things you want with it. Lacid Prowler? Lacid? 2 green for a rare 5/5. Fucking Christ, my guy. When this creature enters, you may mill cards equal to the number of lands you control. Alright, and has Renew, 1 and a green, exile it. Put X +1/+1 counters on target creature, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard. Okay, so it's almost like you want to mill to try to get the lands into the graveyard, because otherwise this Renew doesn't do a whole lot. A 5/5 for 4 mana, though. How long? How long before we just get to the point where you're like, I pay 4 mana for this 8/8? Oh, what are the downsides? There are none. This power creep is stupid. It's like reaching Yu-Gi-Oh levels. Maybe not that bad. That might be a bit of an insult, but Jesus Christ. This card's good. It's only like a B. Like, it's still just a 5/5. It doesn't have, like, trample or anything like that. And it does need stuff in the graveyard to make the renew better, but it doesn't sound like it'll be too difficult to do. So, B for Lacid Prowler. Rainville Rejuvenator, 3 and a green for a 2/4 on uncommon. When it enters, you may mill 3 cards. Then you can tap it, add an amount of green mana equal to this creature's power. Well, that's a 2/4 that's a 2/4 that taps for 2 green mana. I guess you can just mill, because why not? See? Yeah, I don't know. Rite of Renewal, 3 and a green for uncommon sorcery. Return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. Exile Rite of Renewal. It's expensive and slow. It says target player, but really it's like you're going to target yourself. It's probably still like a D. Even if the format is slow, like that's pretty expensive. It's like a 4 mana take a turn off. D for Rite of Renewal. I don't know how relevant the like shuffling cards from your library or your graveyard back into the library are going to be. I don't know on that. Saga Pummeler. This guy's hilarious. 3 and a green for 4/4 with reach. If sets about having stuff in your graveyard, could it break some intended combos? But see, the way it reads, though, is target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard. So if you target your opponent, they say, ha! Shuffle up to 4 target cards in your graveyard, get rid of your graveyard stuff. They'll look at you and say, okay, I target 0. So it doesn't really work against your opponent the way you want it to. Right? Am I reading that right? I think I'm reading that right. You don't get to choose the cards for them. You might, but it's like the target player's choice. They could just say 0. But yeah, that's a weird one. It's commander bullshit. Anyway, Sagu Pummeler is a 4/4 reach for 4 with renew. Put 2+1/+1 counters on a target creature. D. Trade Route Envoy, 3 and a green for a 4/3 at common. When this creature enters, draw a card if you control a creature with a counter on it. If you don't draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Ooh, I like that. So you got a 4 mana 5/4 or 4 mana 4/3 draw card. I'd be happy playing that. C-. The Bloom Vine Regent. 3 green for a rare dragon. It is a 4/5 flyer. Whenever this creature or another dragon enters, you gain 3 life. Not terribly exciting. But also has the Omen of Claim Territory for 2 and a green. Search your library for up to 2 basic forests. Reveal them. Put 1 onto the battlefield, tap, and another into your hand. Shuffle. That's a decent omen. A lot of the other omens are pretty vulnerable to getting blown out and you just lose the dragon altogether. But this is a way of hitting your ramp and make sure you're getting your forests for whatever. It's a 4/5 flyer that gains you 3, which is okay. But if I saw this, I would still move into green. So probably B for Bloomvine Regent. Next dragon is Disruptive Stormbrood, 4 and a green for an uncommon 3/3 flyer. But when it enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. That's whatever. And has the the omen of Petty Revenge. 1 and a black. Destroy target creature with power 3 or less. Okay, that's better. This is probably the best of the Stormbrood dragons we've seen of all the colors. Like, you get to kill one of their things. Like, I'd be happy just playing the sorcery and just never cast the dragon side, because how often am I going to see an artifact or enchantment? Yeah, I actually like this one a lot. B. And if you cast this and you kill something power 3 or less, you shuffle it in and then you draw it later, and your opponent doesn't have an artifact or enchantment, that's fine, fuck it. Keep casting Petty Revenge. Yeah, B for Disruptive Stormbrood. Inspirited Vanguard, 4 and a green for an uncommon 3/2. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, it endures 2. So a 3/2 that comes with a 2/2, or a 5/4. So you can make it a 5/4, attack once, and then it's a 7/6. If you want to get nuts with it, or you just start making some spirits. That seems solid. I think that's a B. 2 bodies alone, and then it just kind of gets a little better when it attacks. Or you can like chump attack it. Maybe take something out of the opponents. Yeah, I think that's alright. B for Inspirited Vanguard. Sagu? Whatever. Wildling. 4 and a green for common 3/3 flyer. Did they all get 3/3 flyers at 5? When this creature enters, you gain 3 life. Its omen is Roost Seek. For a single green, search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay, that's just a clean mana fixer. Via Omen, is it possible to always have 1 card in your deck so you never draw to 0? So long as the Omen has a target, yes. And then also assuming your opponent doesn't do anything to fuck with it or mill you or whatever. Yeah, this is finally playable. I think the Roost part is going to be more important, especially for these 3-color formats. So C for Sagu Wildling. Dusyut Earth Carver is 5 and a green for a common Elephant Druid. It's a 4/4 reach. But when this creature enters, it endures 3. So it could be a 7/7 reach for 6 mana. Or a 4/4 reach that comes with a 3/3. D. And finally, he's back. Crater Hoof Behemoth. 5 green for a mythic beast. It's a 5/5 with haste. But when Crater Hoof Behemoth enters, creatures you control gain trample and +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control, including itself. So at the very least, it's a 6/6 haste trample. But then if you cast this and you have like a total of even like 2 or 3 creatures, and you're giving all of your creatures +2/+2 or +3/+3 trample and haste, and you attack in, this thing ends games. Does cost 8 mana, and 3 of it is green. But I think it's still an A. And if you draft this card, like, your game plan needs to be, how can I make sure I cast this? And how am I making sure I've got creatures that when I play this, the attack is good? But chances are, when you play this, you'll probably win. Still an A for Crater Hoof Behemoth. All right, that is all of green we got there. Let's go check the artifacts and lands. Yep. All right. So every single clan or whatever gets a monument. Mardu Monument, Timur Monument, Abzad Monument, Jeskai Monument, Sultai Monument. And they say, when this artifact enters, search your library for a basically a basic land that matches that team's colors. But then they all have additional effects. So Mardu's is, Mountain, Plain, Swamp. But you can pay 2 red, white, black, sacrifice this, make 3 1/1 red warrior creature tokens. They gain menace and haste until end of turn. You make 3 1/1 menace hasters. You don't have to sacrifice them at the end because they're not mobilized. You get 3 dudes. imagine most of these are going to be C's. So like C for Mardu Monument, in case you need to do the fixing, and then you can just cash it in for some things later. The Teamer Monument, that looks so pretty. Find a forest, island, or mountain. Pay 3 green, blue, red, so a little more expensive, but you make a 5/5 elephant. I like that one a little bit more, C+. Abzan Monument. Find a plain, swamp, or forest. Pay 1 white, green, black, sacrifice it. Create an XX white spirit token, where X is the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Toughness, okay. Maybe I like this one the most, because so far it's the cheapest. C+. The Jeskai Monument. Find a basic island, mountain, or plains. Pay 1 blue, red, white, tap, sacrifice it. Make 2 white, 1 birds with flying. Yeah, C. And the Sultai Monument. I thought that was a vagina at first. Find a swamp, forest, or island. Pay 2 black, green, blue. Tap, sacrifice it. Make 2 2/2 zombies. C. Yeah, all the monuments are fine. I think ideally you're not really looking to play these, but if you have to have some mana fixing, sure. These are going to be like sealed all-stars, but not really something you want in draft, I don't think. Mox Jasper. Mythic. Legendary artifact for 0. Add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control a Dargon. F. F, but people are going to want it for the commander decks. The Dragonfire Blade looks cool. 1 for a rare equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof from monocolored. The equip cost is 4, but this ability costs 1 less to activate for each color of the creature it targets. Hexproof from monocolored is very strong. And if you're playing this on any of the 2 mana, or if this targets any of your gold cards, it's incredibly strong, because then the equip's only 2, maybe 1. This is probably still an A. I mean, the most the equip cost will be is 3, because even if you target one of your monocolor costs, it's still 3 to give him +2/+2 and hexproof from monocolored. So your opponent can't easily deal with it. And there's only a handful of kill a creature 2 color or more cards. Yeah, A for Dragonfire Blade. I like it. The Embermouth Sentinel. 2 mana for a common 2/1. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, shuffle it, and put that card on top, yeah. But if you control a Dargon, put that card onto the battlefield tapped instead. So kind of like a Skittering Surveyor. But if you have to play this late and you find a dragon, you at least get another land out of it. That's fine, see. The Dragonstorm Globe. 3 mana for common artifact. Each dragon you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it, and it can tap to add 1 mana of any color. So that's your classic 3 mana mana rock. Bonus on your Dargons. Again, we'll have to see if the format is slow enough that you can do this and just play the mana rock, but we'll have to see. Probably like a C-. Could go up depending on the speed. Watcher of the Wayside. 3 mana for a common 3/2. When this creature enters, target player mills 2 cards. You gain 2 life. Yeah, that is a dude. D. The Jade Cast Sentinel. That is a monkey snake. A 4 mana 1/5 with reach. 2 tap. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh, okay. This could actually end up being really important if you have your self-mill decks, because you can run out of cards pretty quickly. And this guy could be a way of making sure you don't deck out. It's like the Chandelier card from Duskmourn. very possible that that could happen. Maybe, I assume. We'll kind of have to see. Boulderborn Dragon, 5 mana for common 3/3 Flying Vigilance. When this creature attacks, surveil 1. That's not particularly good, is it? Oh, this is the this is one of the cards that the blue guy found. This sucky blue guy. Was it fine? Oh, also, it either finds the Mana Rock or the Boulderborn Dragon. Okay. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, welcome. We're in kind of getting towards of our set review. Nerd Girl, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. We got we're in the artifacts right now, which pretty much at the end it. But I'll be getting the set review up on YouTube tomorrow. So if you guys want, be sure to subscribe to that VOD channel. But also, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, my name is ProJared. I really like two things. One, RPGs, especially old boomer ones on the Super Nintendo and PS1. And two, I like Magic the Gathering. So we're currently going through and going the set review for this to get ready for our pre-releases this weekend. I hope you guys enjoyed Nerd Girl's raid, or Nerd Girl's stream, and thank you guys so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. Alright, Boulderborn Dragon is not good. D. If I had the blue guy in this card, I still wouldn't play this card. But if I had the blue guy, I would consider using it for this card. In sealed, not in draft. Yeah, not really worth it here. Oh, final uncommon card. Ugin. Hey, man. By the way, I have not seen the spoilers for this set. Ugin's back, everybody. It's a Planeswalker for 7 with 7 loyalty. When you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. And then whenever you cast a colorless spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. Oh, fucking Christ, dude. +2. Gain 3 life and draw a card. Great. For 0, get 3 colorless mana. -11. Search your library for any number of colorless non-land cards. Exile them, shuffle. Until end of turn, you may cast those cards without paying their mana costs. I mean, the -11 isn't going to do anything. Neither is the 0, because you're already at 7 mana to be able to cast this. So you're not really going to use the 0 part either. But the +2, where you gain 3 life and draw a card, he goes up to 9 loyalty, is nuts. And when he enters, you just exile one of their things. Like, it's a removal spell, gain life, draw a card. I mean, it's really gaining more than 3 life, because your opponent's going to want to try to kill this, and he's going to have 9 loyalty. Frickin' A, dude. It is an A. That's stupid. So they have Ugin and Elspeth. I remember in Wizards of the Coast said every set is only going to have 1 Planeswalker in it. Frickin' lied to us again. Why wasn't Sarkhan the main Planeswalker of this set? Because Sarkhan is no longer a Planeswalker. Yeah, there's going to be some colorless constructed decks doing some nonsense with this for sure. Tron. Alright, so now we got lands. And I guess there's like a cycle of new lands. Delkovan Encampment is a rare white land that says it enters tapped unless you control a swamp or mountain. And only taps for white. But you can pay 2 and a white, tap this. Whenever you attack this turn, make 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. Sacrifice them the next end step. Okay, so it's a tap land not too often. But then later on, for basically 4 mana, you can just mobilize any creature for 2. That's interesting. Okay. So what are the other ones then? I want to see. Mistrise Village. The blue one enters tapped unless you have a mountain or forest. Taps for blue. Blue, tap. The next spell you cast this turn can't be countered. Oh no. So basically for 2 extra mana, your stuff can't be countered. Because you have to pay up blue, and you have to tap that land. That's 2 lands. So you're paying 2 extra just to make your stuff not counterable. Is this going to be like a $40 card just because Commander players are going to want it? All right, let's rewind a little bit because we're still looking at this in the terms of Limited. In Limited, this is actually not bad. Like, if you're already in the Mardu colors, this is going to let you just mobilize and keep beating ass, and just in case you run out of things to do. If you're on the back foot, it doesn't do much, but it's still a white land. I'd be happy to replace a plains with this anyway, so this is easy C+ land. Now, Mistral Village, though, is less good, I think. Because, again, you're in a limited format. How often are you really going to need to worry about the counter spells?
Sweet.
I'd probably still play it, like, just in case. But the counterspell stuff is much more narrow. I think this is probably more of a C- level card because of that. But when you go up against, that one guy, it's going to be great. But just know, like, that's going to happen far less often than you would think. So I'd be down on this one compared to the other ones. Great Arishan City is the black one. Tapped unless you have a forest or plains. 1 in a black tap, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Make a 1/1 spirit creature token. That's great. Yeah, see, that's way better. C+. Like, you're always going to be wanting to be making your spirits and just flood your board and get chump blockers and all that. You can do it at instant speed. It makes stuff leave your graveyard, which black cares a lot about. So, C+. Red is the Quarry Mountain Monastery. Tapped unless you have a plains or an island. 3 in a red, tap. Exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Yeah, I just got a Windows Defender alert. Yeah, in an emergency, that basically draws you a card. Again, you can do it at instant speed. I like that one a lot. That probably goes up more towards B- compared to the other ones, to be honest. Yeah, B-. And the final one is the green one, which is the Kishla Village. Tapped, unless you have an island or swamp. Taps for green. 3 in green, tap it. Ooh, Surveil 2. Yeah. Yeah, the 2 card advantage lands in red and green are awesome. Which is weird because, like, the rest of red just seems really sucky. It's going to be a great support color, probably. Yeah, B- for the Kishla Village. So, in terms of quality of the lands, red and green are the best. Followed by black, followed by white, and then blue way behind. And then they have all of the dual lands. Have they said if they're are the dual lands replacing the common land, like the land in every slot? Or is it like 50% of the time, or what? I mean, you're going to be happy playing any of these. And you're going to want them. You're going to need to prioritize them. Yeah, these are all C-level dual lands. Yeah, then they have the... And then they've got all the 3-color lands for each of the tribes. It enters tap, but taps for the 1 mana of every color. So, probably C+ on these. Clan lands, yeah. C+ on these. C for Evolving Wilds, just another way to fix. They're not triomes because they don't count as the basic land types. They enter tapped. It's basically good fixing for limited. Or if you are on a budget. Oh, and a rare land, Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon. Rare land, taps for colorless. We can also tap to add 1 mana of any color for a dragon spell or an omen spell, sure. 4, tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a dragon, put it into your hand, then shuffle. trying to think of the best case scenario and worst case scenario. I guess I don't want to give it a build around card because I'm not going to see this and be like, fuck yeah, bro, I'm getting all the Dargans. It's more like if I happen to have a bunch of Dargans, then this just makes it a little bit better. And in the late game, if you like draw your 7th land and this is it, you can sacrifice this to find a dragon card. That does make it a little bit better. Yeah, this is like this is more like if you already have dragons, take this card at like the C- level. But I wouldn't like pack one, pick one this. I wouldn't pick this one and pick one this in any pack, frankly. Even if I have a bunch of dragons. Yeah, and these are all the alternate cards. Oh fuck, they look cool. Clarion Conqueror looks awesome. Oh, what? Why are there 2 different colors of it? What? What? What about the fuck am I looking at? Why is this Clarion Conqueror? But this also Clarion Conqueror, but there's also Babu Clarion Conqueror? Why can't... Just fucking... Just... Why are there so many versions of every card? Foil cards was a mistake. There's 2... I guess this is like a fancy foil Elspeth. That looks pretty. But there's a... So there's like a full art Elspeth, but there's a more different full art Elspeth. I like the Jeskai backgrounds here. That's kind of cool. There's like a dragon frame treatment. Jesus Christ. Can we relax? It's just too much. It's too much. And they're doing more full art lands. That's kind of cool. You can see like a dragon spine in the plains. Or there's another one where it's just a dragon's eyeball. Yeah, I see. All right. Kind of don't mind the lands. At least these are very readable. You can tell what color it is. Yep. Right. Well, there you go, everyone. That's the set review. What color is the best? I don't know. Maybe green. Red looked really weak. Commons wise, red looked pretty weak. I don't know what I'm going to pick for my pre-release if I go to one. Because none of my options are Grixis. So it's either, what, Jeskai or Sultai? I don't know, whatever. Alright, there you go. YouTube, if you're watching the YouTube recording, I hope this helped you out and gave you a lot of information for your pre-release. Thanks to all 12 of you for watching it. I really appreciate it. And we'll catch you later, YouTube. Bye-bye.